Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has declared a United Democratic Alliance candidate David Kipsang Keter the winner of the Murua Dikir constituency by-election held on Thursday. According to official results released by the commission, Keter garnered 18,266 votes from the constituency's 94 polling stations. He defeated his closest rival, Vincent Kibet-Rotich of the Democracy for Citizens Party, who garnered 10,760 votes. In the race, Gideon Koech of the NVPK party garnered 190 votes, while Desma Cherono of the PNU garnered 80 votes. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority has announced a sharp increase in fuel prices for the period between 15th May and 14th June 2026. According to the latest review, the price of super petrol has increased by 16.65 per litre, while diesel has gone up by 46.29 per litre. The price of kerosene remains unchanged. In Nairobi, motorists will now pay 214.25 per litre for a super petrol, 242.92 for diesel, and 152.78 for kerosene. Fresh tensions has erupted along the Marsabit-Wajir border as protests linked to the disputed Tutu area continue to escalate. One person was shot during protest after the arrest of two community elders accused of incitement. Protesters are calling for the release of the elders and demanding a stop to the construction of a multi-agency security camp until the land dispute is settled. Meanwhile, Wajir Governor Mohamed Abdullahi called for calm over the dispute.
Basir and Tito and those places don't belong to the MP of Elders. They are part and parcel of Wajir County. So no one should politicize it. If Marsabit has a claim to what we believe is part of Wajir County, if anyone wants to know where the boundary is, go to Survey of Kenya. But don't incite people against each other. Does it even matter where a multi-agency unit is set up? Can the police set a roadblock everywhere? Do the police need my permission to set up a roadblock in Wajir County? Do they need the permission of the governor of Marsabit to set up a roadblock in Marsabit County?
Tana River Senator Danson Mungatana has warned that new traffic rules planned for 2026 could become law without enough public review if Parliament is not given more time to study them. Speaking in the Senate, Mungatana said the proposed rules may raise school transport cost by requiring more workers and extra electronic devices in school buses. He also said parents, motorists and other stakeholders should be given enough time to share their views before the regulations are approved.
The reason that we seek this House to give us an extension of time at the Delegated Legislation Committee is because, Mr. Speaker, there are 4 important traffic regulations and rules that are being introduced. And these rules, Mr. Speaker, will affect our daily lives. Mr. Speaker, these rules, if we don't consider them at the Senate level, if we don't consider them properly, they will pass without us having looked at them properly.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Oh yes, a very good morning and welcome to Radio Generation. And today this is not Mungala movie. This is a very bearded gentleman called Sami Muraya who's joining. I like the way you're laughing, CT bana. Ni maisha sijazoea.
Jali. Hata sisi ilituchukua muda kidogo kabla tuzoee. Hii mambo ya kufanya kazi usiku.
Unajua kawaida like I was telling you guys, I'm so used to waking up. Kwa usingizi kanapotea between 3 and 3:30.
Hiyo inakuja kana uzee.
Yaani kidogo hivi ndio nimekuja kuitwa mzee hapa. Yaani nilikuwa ninakuja hapa kucha. Mimi ni kijana mdogo sisi. Very young boy.
The signs ya kwamba umri zimeanza kuninginia. Ndio hiyo usingizi.
By the way,
unakuta tupate inatokea mpaka unashangaa. Uko macho, then when it gets around 6 baba usingizi narudi.
Sasa hata saa hii unajua imebidi nitafute mahali kahawa, bonge la kahawa. Because I was telling myself, okay fine, I woke up my usual hour. Vizuri sana.
Yes.
But then kulikuwa na ile element ya nikaanza kujiuliza, should I wake up? Should I continue snoozing? Should I do what I normally do, which is nichukue simu nianze kupitia ni nini inaendelea? Then before I realized it was already 4:40. And I really needed now to get out of that bed. Sasa anachiambia boss. Edna ataanza kukupigia masimu sasa akifikiria.
Yes, she will.
Huyu jamaa amepotea.
Yes, she will.
Anyway, we are here. And we are going to push it all the way until 10 a.m.
Sasa ngoja nikwambie hiki tu. So long as you consider it a long conversation, haina pressure. Ukianza kufikiria vitu kama interview, kichwa itauma.
Muna jozo, sasa ile advantage niko nayo,
yes,
ni ati tuko na wewe. You know, sometimes you have to look at it that way.
Well, you know, when you do this thing on a daily, as I have for some time, you get to a point where you realize wewe mwenyewe umepata the rhythm of this particular process. So haisumbui. You know, we have an audience out there who wish to be informed, they wish to be entertained, and plus they also wish to hear things they have not heard before. Now, they have not
hence the bold insights.
Yes, they have not heard before is why we have guests. We bring content experts ambao sasa watazungumza mambo ambao wao ni wataalam, okay? Kazi yetu is to push the conversation so that that subject matter is understood further. Hiyo tu. And this is something the guest will do for you easily. So, yes. And then most of the time utasikia kwamba even what they say hata wewe mwenyewe kuna vitu vingi hujui pale.
Upia unasomea hapo.
Hapo tu.
Naona unajua by this huwa si baby kalamu. Leo nimebeba kalamu. Unajua mimi nimezoea mambo ya sporti na unajua sporti ni kiwanjani, ni kitu tunaona. Hapa literally hata kitu naanza kutafuta. Unajua kwanza nimeona umeunleash notebook over notebook ukaekelea juu ya meza.
Okay, wacha nikueleze. This one is kuna proverbs.
Oh.
This one, this big black one. This second one is where I make notes. And it's what I look at in the morning nikiangalia the conversation the day before. I used to have small notebooks like this hazisai.
Zinaona zingine huku sasa tunasikia kisema mimi msingi you unleashing one after the other. Yes, one after the other.
But these small ones, wacha nikwambie siri. There are thoughts that may come to my mind. Zinawekwa hapa. As we're talking, I think of something.
Right now you've already thought of something.
Yes,
and then enyewe old habits die hard. Mwalimu ni mwalimu. Unajua naona umebeba uko na bairo ya black, ya blue na ya red.
Bro, umeipata. This is how teachers function. Kuna mazungumzo. Na ninajua kwamba the memory cannot be relied on 100%.
Ndio hiyo.
Iko kalamu.
Alafu unajua umeniambia there's a point where you've mentioned, you've spoken about age.
Yes.
So I don't know pia as the older you get pia ndio vitu zinaenda zikisahaulika. What exactly happens?
Unaweza kuwa umeshika kifunguo ya gari kwa mkono na unaitafuta.
Okay, that has been happening to me recently.
Nani? Kifunguo kwa wapi?
Na unaleta kelele.
Yes, and then one quiet person kwambia, hebu angalia mkono dadi. Oh, Sorry.
Umeshika?
No, but mazee umeitafuta. That's why my glasses I never put on my head because I used to forget. Yes, nilikuwa naiweka juu na mnaisa zingine.
Na by then niko shocked yako si zile ziko na kamba. Unajua watu wako na mvi kaa wengi wanakuanga na yenye iko na kamba una hang hapa.
No, mimi si hang. Inakaa kwa macho. That way I can't forget.
Na ukiforget unaitafuta kama unaona very clearly.
Let me tell you the thing about our cognitive capacities and how they diminish with time. Part of it is not just age. It's the activity we involve ourselves in and the activities we involve our brain in as we get older. Unajua kuna there's this narrative watu wanapenda ati wanaita una retire. Bro, itakuwa. When you get to a certain age, your mind functions even better in terms, one, you are far more relaxed than you were when you're younger. Secondly, you suddenly find you're not in a hurry to do very many things that people are doing. Now, if you take the time to ensure that your mind is constantly active, bro, hata hii story ya kusahau, you just develop a pattern of knowing. Like, for instance, keys, unaweka on the same spot. Utakuwa na shida when it moves from that same spot. But beyond that, the story of memories, inafanya nini?
Na hii kitu ya kifunguo yenye umesema, you know, now it's making a lot of sense why, when I was growing up, I remember we used to have these key rings.
Key holders,
yes. Key holder. Alafu ulikuwa una clip hapa, alafu iko na kamba ingine mrefu ya kushikilia funguo, ndio sasa funguo zikuwe ndani ya mfuko. Hata zikianguka zina hang.
There's no way utapoteza hiyo kitu.
Hiyo kifunguo iwezi potea. So that was the reasoning around it. Ati when I was young, I thought hiyo hata when nilikuwa naona sana, as much as we were the younger ones that were doing it, the ones that did it more were
the older ones.
The older ones.
No, the younger ones ilikuwa ni madoido. Hata huko na key holder na kifunguo kuna ni moja tu. Labda desk. But it felt nice kwamba kuna hiyo. The mind is something you train. Once you train it, it falls in line. Sasa ukianza kuinterfere with that pattern is when now unakuwa na shida saa zingine. That's why ni mzuri mtu anapata rhythm. Ukiamka unafanya hii na hii na hii.
And what was the thinking around, you know, the way you can carry a key or two because you don't need to carry a whole bunch? What was the reasoning behind carrying like a whole bunch of keys? Nawe si landlord.
No, ili watu waonekane wewe ni mtu busy. Uko na shughuli nyingi.
Or people have to see you as a very important man. I have a lot of locks that I unlock with these keys.
Tu hivi. Yes. Haven't you observed that there are certain people who drive certain types of vehicles? Instead of putting the key in the pocket,
it's always on the table. What is the thinking behind this?
Hiyo ni optics. Ili watu waone.
People should know. I'm not just driving any car.
No.
My automobile.
Yes, na utaitoa hapa ukiweka hapa. So, ukifollow the hand, you're following the key. Umeelezwa kitu. Because ordinarily we put our keys in our pockets.
By there, that's the norm.
But hiyo,
and that's the normal thing. That's that's the normal reaction every time.
Sasa hiyo itawekwa kwa meza. Sasa wewe jua umeonyeshwa. Sasa wewe do due diligence. Please behave like somebody who has seen it and make a little conversation.
So if you're asking a question, it is so is this a G-Wagon or a C-Class?
Or in S-Class?
If it is a BMW, asking, is it in the X's or which series is it?
Yes.
Which BMW?
The same conversation. Wana mwenye kufungua amefurahi. Umepatia nafasi ya kufungua roho.
And you know, I've come across some people who have those keys but they don't have those vehicles. Ni watu wa Futsubishi.
Wewe mazee, unaweza kuuliza maswali mengi. Chako na kifunguo? Eba tosha.
Yes. All you need to do is ask what nini is
that key represents aspiration. Sio hata amefika. Unajua mahali anaenda. Hiyo ndio hiyo. Na kwanza hizi ambayo iko na star kidogo hivi.
Actually, you're teaching me some bad manners. In fact, hata mimi, I think I'll start doing that, placing the key on the table. People have to recognize.
It's a conversation piece. Pia,
or even a conversation opener.
Yes, wajua hiyo kitu, si lazima iwe na whatever implements iko ndani so that you can remotely open your door and so forth. Inaweza tu kwa hiyo cover, okay? Na hiyo cover hakuna kitu ndani. So essentially it's a key holder for you. It will still make the conversation.
Hey, Sasa, CT, Edna is reminding me, apparently there's usually something you guys do.
Yes.
When you have to go back in history.
Yes.
And the first thing that has just popped up, Anyway, on this day,
On this particular day.
on this one, 14th of May,
Yes.
back in 1932,
Yes.
we are in a city called New York.
New York.
New York City.
Yes.
Nearly 100,000 people paraded down Fifth Avenue in New York City,
What?
chanting, tunataka uji. Na ni ile uji ingine. We want beer. The demonstration led by the city's mayor was intended to show lawmakers just how strongly public sentiment had turned against prohibition, which had made the manufacture, sale, import, or transport of alcohol illegal in the United States. Within a year, Americans could legally buy beer again. Why would people demonstrate about uji?
Ilikuwa hivi.
So the sentiment behind it makes a lot of sense. Ile kuoneshana tumeshikana under one banner, under one issue that is affecting all of us.
Yes, and prohibition ended in 1933. Unajua, in the period before that, there was a question of what they called the Great Depression. That was in 1929. Uchumi wao mazee ilizoroteka.
And this is after the First World War.
It was after the First World War. First World War was 1914 to
18.
18.
Yes.
Na so the period ambayo ilikuwa nafuatilizia, there were a lot of economic activities ambazo zilikuwa zina shida. Now, America didn't participate fully in that First World War. But businesses started exploding and the demand for goods and services iliongezeka. Shida ni kwamba kulikuwa kuna pesa.
Na pesa ilikuwa imeenda wapi?
Well, they helped Europe with the war. They helped the Allies with the war because they were still fighting Germany.
Yes.
Okay? Now, the thing about the war, if you're not involved, it marks a period of great productivity for you. And when the war was going on, they were producing. Because the war needs more material than anything else. Because watu wanabombiwa, watu wanahitaji vyakula and so forth. But remember, the Americans had a stock exchange even as early as in the 20s. Now, the stock market crash ndio ileta shida.
So basically, at this particular point, watu walikaa chini wakarealize we have produced so much,
Yes.
we have manufactured so much,
Walikuwa nayo.
but chapa, the money, the liquidity at that particular point is not there. Which brings me to another issue. And this is now in line with what is happening in Kenya at this particular moment.
Yes.
Yesterday, EPRA did that thing to us.
Yes, they did.
Last night. And I don't even know what we are going to do because fuel went up last month. We made a lot of noise. We even threatened to go back to the streets. And luckily enough, we were never allowed to go there because there was a subsidy that was given that again took fuel below 200 bob.
Yes.
Lakini sasa, now it's inevitable. We are at 214 shillings for petroli. And then diesel sasa ndio kizungumkuti. And that, you know, that has always been the cheaper.
Yes, it is cheaper, but diesel pia ni engine. Because it drives industry. You're talking about transportation, logistics, diesel, si petroli. But then for domestic kerosene, hakuna kitu wameongeza. Yes, they have not touched kerosene.
And how often is kerosene used at this particular moment? And I'm sorry I'm asking these, and I might sound very naive.
But I don't apologize.
Unajua, as we lived in that kerosene economy when we were growing up.
Ile kitu ulikuwa unatumia stove.
Na ilikuwa wacha hata stove, hata taa.
Koroboi.
Koroboi. Koroboi ilikuwa ni mafuta ya taa.
It was with the ninio.
Na kale kakitambi kake.
Iko ndani yake.
The wick, yeah.
Then unawakisha.
Then you light it and you have light.
Yes, you did. The thing about kerosene, think areas of this country where there is no electricity and there's no Kenya Power and lighting.
Yes.
There's Kenya Power, but there's darkness in those places. What you will find is that people still use kerosene. Yes. Na ni wengi. You will find even outlets in many rural areas. By the way, these small outlets of independent outlets, the fuel, they actually comprise the vast majority of the people who actually bring in and are consumer of the marketing product, your fuel.
Yes.
Because they represent the rural areas, which also represents the vast majority of our population. But wanatumia kerosene, brother.
Mimi hata, to be very honest, because for a very long time we've been hearing about the last mile. We've seen a lot of electricity being expanded, and it is quite shocking, to be honest.
So when electricity comes with the cost, you have to pay for it.
Oh, true.
Yes.
And it's not cheap. Even hata kuvruta, even when you decide now, today you wake up and decide, I've constructed this house, I need to pull electricity. The cost is not cheap.
It isn't, and that's where the problem arises because, bless you, you may want the electricity, but then you'll be confronted with the price. Hapo kuna mtu amevuta stima, atacha ikatwe. Yeah, because he can't afford it.
I'd rather stay without the power.
Yes, and there's a way in which they were used to living. Like if I asked you the question, are there people who still use firewood? And the answer will be yes.
By the way, a lot of people.
Yes, exactly.
Because even me, when I go to the village, even today,
yes, people use firewood.
People still use firewood.
Yes. Now, if you're in a maize planting area that cobs the maize, that is also fire fuel.
And by the way, I remember, and this is from the days of my late grandma, we used to have a lot of those dry maize cobs.
Yes.
And they were better than the actual fire. They would last longer.
They last longer.
Yes.
The amber stays stronger for longer. Now, people live in the rural areas don't change their habits that much.
So it's us the pretenders. You know, we've become pretenders now that we came to the city.
Actually, no. We were not pretending. This is what city life is about. We will not adjust to. We shall adjust. And even within the city, in this big metropolis that we have, a very large population of people don't have electricity. So they use kerosene. Why do you find it surprising that every once in a while there are fires in these informal settlements? It's because of what they use for fuel and what they use for lighting.
And you know, and I think this is one of the most interesting things I've noticed around the informal settlements. You know, the way you can comfortably sit in your car estate somewhere,
yes,
and you're restricted to a 3 kg or a 6 kg LPG gas.
Yes. Also within the estate.
Do you know within the informal settlements they have Pima gas?
Eco.
It is measured in the amount of gas that you need at that particular point.
Yes.
And you use it for a day or two and you're very comfortable.
Yes. You've planned with it.
The Kadogo economy.
Actually, yes. And it spreads beyond just gas. It goes to what you use to cook with, what you
That's
buy.
the cooking oil.
Yes.
Everything.
When everyone is sabuni, even mafuta ya kupika, even mafuta, everything is reduced to the level where you can afford a very small quantity of it. And those who do business say there's more money to be made in that case.
Actually, there is more money. Because I can only imagine if, say, I have detergent, and that detergent is measured in a kg.
Yes.
And I'm able to sell it in 100 grams or 100 milliliters or 100 grams of it. And you apportion it in such a way that it is making you double the amount. Because if you look at that Kadogo economy, it's never that cheap.
Even tripling it, even quadrupling it.
Because it's never that cheap.
No, it is not. And also, you will be selling to more people.
Yes. The same thing that you'll have sold to one person.
Yes, exactly. So it means even the chances of making loss are limited. Let me compare it with land. Not many people can buy an acre of land.
True.
Lakini ukitanganeza ile buy 40 ile. Watu wengi wataweza.
You know, you remind me of the leafy suburbs. Places like Karen. You remember there's a time in Karen you couldn't buy a piece of land that was less than half an acre.
Well, bro, less. The time ilikuwa less than 5
acres. By the way kulikuwa na 5 acres, then ikakuja when they realized the population is growing.
Ikakuja moja, ikakuja nusu. Inakujaga.
Wanakuja
inakujaga.
Sasa imefika mahali sasa tumeanza kuona high rises coming up in Karen.
Not quite. On the outskirts, we have something called zoning laws.
Yes.
And those zoning laws depends on the master plan we have for development within a city. This city has a master plan, yes, but to granularize it so that each area is understood as to what is permitted within the built economy of that area, because these things need to be ratified. So there's a free-for-all situation we have which is currently existing in the country. Ndio unaona what you said, ati unashtuka kari unataka kuanza kujenga. Yes, that's what happens. But mahali huwezi jenga, Muthaiga, huwezi.
Na unajua Muthaiga bado maintain. Anyway, city I'm being told, kawaida, like you mentioned, you have several books. And
this one in your proverb.
There's one that has proverbs. Na unajua, I don't know whether this was by chance ama ilikuwa waliangalia ule mtu akona nywele nyeupe kabisa ndio so that you can be that mhenga.
Unajua actually ilianza hivyo kama mchezo. Simzi tutafute kitu ambayo unique na wewe ambayo inaambatana na umri yako.
And they realize the only way to pull you in is wahenga walisema. So basically you are now a living muhenga.
Sasa ndio story. Sasa hawa watu somehow I thought about it. You know, it takes time before it gels, but they were right. People actually like proverbs, as I found out.
Okay.
When people meet me, they say, you don't know proverbs, eh? I said, okay.
Haya, hatutafakari ya babu, sasa wewe ndio babu, tupe maneno.
Tuko in the Republic of the Sudan. This is what...
Even yesterday in the Republic of Sudan.
We're in the country for a week.
A whole week?
A whole week.
Then let it tupe.
Ili ndio watu waelewe mambo ya nchi hiyo. Oh, digger of a pit of wickedness, widen your lying place in it. Hii ni kama poetry, lakini leo waje nirudie. Oh, digger of a pit of wickedness, widen your lying place in it. Yes.
Oh, digger of
a pit of wickedness, widen your lying place in it. Unapo chimba kaburi. Baba,
chimba kubwa enough.
Jipatie nafasi huko.
Hata wewe you can fit.
Jipatie nafasi huko ndani. That's what they're telling you.
Where?
That one, maybe it tells me of our politics. Politicians begin certain narratives and a way of looking at things, which they even popularize. They forget that should they get into a position of authority, we're in the same seat, they will not receive what it is that they gave. They'll have opened the door for a multiply effect. Yeah, itakuwa worse. If you look at some of the things that are happening to President Ruto right now,
yes,
it's like a follow-up of what he was doing to President Uhuru. Now he's president.
Now, are you trying to say that some of these problems come with the position?
Some of these problems, we bring upon ourselves. Some of these problems, when you're criticizing it, the truth is you don't actually understand it because you're not in that position. When you're in that position, you wonder, whoa!
What is going on?
Kumbe ni hii. Why? Ya. Na nilisema juzi itafanyika, kumbe haiwezekani namna hiyo. When you're out, it is easy. Bwana, si ufanye namna hii.
You do. See, you are the boss. But you're the one sitting there.
And now you're told, mzee, fanya hivi.
And you're like, hapana, I need to think it through. Excuse me.
No. Na tukukwambia useme. Wewe ndio ulisema. So please, what we want you to hear, and what we want to see that umefanya. Sawa? You wengine, hata kusikia. Now, it is something that politicians never learn. You say things because you're not in that position. Then when the position finds you, you suddenly realize, why?
Kimeumana.
Kwa nilikuwa naongea nini wakati ule? Because ikitu sio vile nilikuwa.
It is not as easy as I thought it was going to be.
It never is. The first person to tell me that was actually my MP. His predecessor was actually his uncle. And he used to be very critical of his uncle. Told me, bwana, I need to apologize to that mzee. But this thing is difficult. See, mimi ndio MP sasa. Kitu ni ngumu. I said, unajua sasa. He said, kitu. When you're outside, you think, but why is he not doing it? Bwana, kitambo ifanyike. The things you need to do. It never is. It's like what we're doing here. It looks like, sinyi mnakatu mnaongeaga. Said, really? Tunakaga tu tukiongea.
Ndio. Then you can tell somebody come and sit here. It's like me today. Unajua mine is baptism by fire.
No, yours not baptism by fire. Wewe ushafanya kazi. Hii kazi unaielewa. Ni tu hii mambo ya kuamka asubuhi na kupiga kichwa jeki ili ingie vizuri. Hiyo ndio shida. But hata hii kazi, asa mimi kazi najua.
Because let me be very honest. No, so unajua nilikwambia mimi the way my sleep operates, and I've seen some people here already commenting on the social. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Kagema Mudhami hapa. Ametuambia morning. Gents, mwalimu, ni ukweli uzee ukifika usingizi upotea. Wazee wanaogopa kulala wasipate walienda Jongomeo. Anyway, wacha tukanunue scam fuel. Anyway, lakini is it true that basically mtu anaogopa kulala usikose kuamka? Because that's exactly what he's saying.
I don't know what it is about age. I'm not fully understood. I've read about it, yes, but I don't fully understand it. Actually, he's not lying. Inapotea. You can actually even sleep for 2 hours, and when you're awake, you are alert and you're wide awake, and you slept for 2 hours. There are those who argue you've had 2 hours of quality sleep, but the truth is this: I have found I need less sleep as I get older. Part of the reason why young people need the sleep is because they are growing. The process of growing, when your muscles in the stretch, mifupa nini, it's a painful process that you will go through. That sleep is necessary.
Where?
What am I growing? I'm probably shrinking.
What are you growing? I'm perhaps shrinking. We have to go to the traffic.
Yes.
Look at how the roads look like.
Traffic.
So just looking at what is happening at the coast, I'm seeing a lot of gray areas on that front. Barabara ya Mbaraki, watu wa Mbaraki, kila kitu inaonekana iko shwari. But it looks like for the people that are around the area going to the port, ni kama kuna traffic kidogo hapo. I see a lot of red lines on that particular end. But just generally looking at everywhere else, it looks green and gray, which means the traffic is either moving or it hasn't really built up. Just coming back now to the capital city, that is Nairobi. And I can tell you, katika jiji hili letu la Nairobi at this particular moment, again, city inaonekana ni kama kila kitu iko shwari, apart from a little bit of build up of traffic around the Garden City Mall area. Around the area KCA University, we're also seeing a lot of red lines there. Around Modaiga area pia inaonekana kuna a few red lines there, a lot of traffic that is generally building up. Landis Road, same thing, but for most of the other roads, it's pretty clear, pretty good gray areas and green areas. So kwa watu wa Westlands, watu wa Langata, everything looks like it is moving all right. So for those of you who are waking up right now, just know that kila kitu naonekana mzuri, apart from the few roads that I have mentioned so far. Anyway, CT, that is it as far as traffic is concerned. And sijui unajua, literally, as I was also waking up this morning, one of the things I kept asking myself, I live in an area where nowadays the type of warnings we get, it's not anti-traffic or anything like that.
No.
It is a hyena has been spotted.
You're serious?
Sasa unaanza kuambiwa sisi watu wa Kajiado, unaambiwa sasa jichunge. Ndio hiyo sasa. Unaanza kuambiwa jichunge. So as we are giving other people issues to do with traffic, some of us are usually told there are certain animals that have been spotted. Kuna vitu fulani tumeona hapa na pale, and literally if you go that direction, then you know very well that a lot of things are going to go wrong. So over to the headlines this morning, and not surprising, CT, one of the biggest headlines on the Standard newspaper this morning is diesel hits record 242 as fuel prices jump in latest EPRA review. And I think we were having an informal conversation with you earlier on in terms of these fuel prices, and a lot of people have been asking questions as to, is it the Strait of Hormuz that is causing this problem, or are there other factors that are involved? And seeing diesel hit 242 shillings, that is unprecedented. And you literally told me, brace yourself for 300 bob. So yes. What are we telling Kenyans?
What we're telling Kenyans is this, situations such as this one don't disappear overnight. One of the things that is peculiar in Kenya is that when fuel prices go up, they go up immediately. When you're told they've been reduced, they take a bit of time before they're actually reduced. Now, the Strait of Hormuz is the latest reason why.
But nowadays, even when your marriage is not working, you blame it on the Strait of Hormuz.
And you will not be wrong.
There's a big problem.
Well, anything that directly affects the money you have and your spending power, then, my friend, clearly it will affect your livelihood and your living. Okay? If you want to know what it is that is happening, let me just give you an example so that you look at the world. The lowest prices of fuel as of May 2026, you start with Libya. Libya fuel per liter costs $0.02.
Yeah?
So multiply that by 130 per liter. Okay? Angola is 0.3.
0.3
US dollars.
Per liter?
Yes, for fuel. Algeria, 0.3. Egypt, 0.4.
So basically, what you're saying is Africa 130 bob.
But they subsidize it. Okay. The highest, Malawi, Seychelles, Central African Republic.
So we are not even the highest?
Oh, no. As we are not. As we are not. In East Africa, we're among the highest. But the highest, Malawi, them, it's $1.9 US per liter. Okay? Nigeria have a subsidy. So how ni cheap. East Africa, sisi ni tuna lead.
But let me ask, and I ask as a layman. We've been hearing conversations that Aliko Dangote wants to put up a refinery along the coast. The original idea was to have it somewhere in Tanzania, but then they shifted that to Kenya. And a lot of conversations are going on around it. And we used to have a refinery. When I read my GHs...
We still do.
But is it operational?
Ishish.
What does ishish mean? Because we had our own refinery.
We still do.
Hey, I like the way unaniambia we still do.
Iko.
Unajua me, I insist on we used to, because nowadays we literally, what lands in Mombasa is refined oil.
True.
Before, we used to get crude oil. And
True.
Part of the subsidies that we were getting back then were out of the fact that we were refining our own.
True.
So why do you keep on then saying we still have?
The structure exists.
Oh, the structure.
It's dilapidated to death. But the storage capacity, bado iko. For instance, when you hear Ngamia 1 and 2,
yes,
the heavy crude oil that we produce there, some of it is still in storage.
Oh.
Yes, at the refinery.
And we are still talking about this fuel that was being transported with the lorries.
Yes.
Now, we say we are an oil-producing country.
It is true. We do produce oil. It's just not, at this particular moment,
adequate,
economically viable.
It is not. It is too expensive.
No.
When you have to transport fuel using lorries from Turkana
unajua,
to Mombasa,
you have an option. Ungezi transport na punda.
Put it on the donkey's back.
It would have taken a lot longer. Or muende tu railway line ifike huko. Kwa rahisi. This thing, it is easier when you pipe it. You talk about Dangote. The problem with the pipeline, okay, let me backtrack. There was a plan with the Northern Corridor,
yes,
to build a pipeline kutoka kwa port ya Lamu ikiendelea mpaka Uganda. All that there is a company called Total Oil. Yes. It's a French company. They were involved in those processes. It became a bit expensive because they found that to get that oil working, there are things you needed to do, there were hills you needed to climb and so forth. Then, Uganda found oil in Hoima Hills.
Yes.
In Hoima. Total Pia came in. Now, Total didn't really want them to start producing oil. Or to pump it up. They wanted to be involved in how it was going to be managed.
But they always want to, because...
Yes.
Exactly.
That's the point.
You want to control.
Yes, they do. You see, what they do, it's how we look after our interest. That is them looking after their interest. Okay? But around that same time and a little earlier, Tanzania had an EPZ.
Yes.
And one EPZ was in Tanga. Tanga, ndio sehemu ambayo ina border Kenya. Ukienda kule upande za Lunga,
yes,
na kadhalika. But within the plan of the EPZ, there was a plan. The acreage you're talking about was around 300 acres. Kuna sehemu waliwacha ya refinery. Okay?
And this is the refinery that was supposed to be constructed.
This is what they were talking about.
Yes.
So the understanding was it can be produced in Hoima Hills and pumped down.
Yes.
Now, politics being what it is, and people understanding politics,
yes,
one doesn't want to say because you might insult your neighbors. Okay? One doesn't set up a plant simply because the weather
I have
is
the
good.
piece of land.
No. There are things you look at. Do they have the infrastructure?
Yes.
Okay. Do they have human resource? Okay. The space for it, does it exist?
And a port.
Na kadhalika. And we already had a refinery. So we have, in this region, if you talk about expertise, we probably have the most expertise. But Tanzania has something of great advantage than ours. They also have a heavy crude. But they also have something we don't have in abundance. Natural gas. So when you hear of that gas that the president promised for 300, We have an EPZ which, now. That gas is going to be pumped into the EPZ. But they're not going to use it kwa kupika. They're using it for power, for lighting. Natural gas is cheap.
Natural gas is cheap.
That is why it is possible to sell it at that cheap price. And that's why it can be piped. And that's why Russia was the biggest supplier of natural gas to Europe. When Ukraine happened, they now had to rely on Mozambique, because Mozambique is one of the if not the largest producer. That same strain ambao unapata the gas in Mozambique stretches into Tanzania.
Yes, because they share the same
they share boundary.
Borderline and
Yes,
the
exactly.
boundary.
So you are asking about Tanga. Nimekupa brief of that particular region and the issues we're dealing with.
Now, it brings me to another point, because when I shift focus to the Business Daily, one of the stories that I'm seeing popping up is Kenya steps up site search for 646 billion Siaya nuclear plant. And I know for a while now, we've also now been talking about nuclear power and going nuclear and nations that can be able to assist us with it. Sasa tumerudi nyumbani.
Nuclear energy is one of the safest forms of energy. What people are afraid of is the residue that accrues when you use nuclear to generate power. Okay? Now, that debate needs to be had, and those who are pro-nuclear need to explain themselves better and with greater clarity.
Yes.
It is something they haven't done. That's part of the reason why there's so much this and that and that and that. The latest incident, they normally talk of the big fusion build-up and break-up that happened in Russia, God knows how many years ago. Then they bring it to the present, they talk of Fukushima, which is now in Japan. And what actually happened? The details of everything that happened, it was one reactor in one sector that went wrong.
Okay.
And nuclear plants are built, now this is a layman speaking, so that if one section has a problem, it shuts down. It doesn't spread to the others. So people are often influenced by movies. Then you see a whole factory blowing up. No, it doesn't happen that way. If that happened, like, haven't you seen in movies how when cars collide?
You realized I just paused, because the way I know it, watching all these action movies, is the moment you blow up one of those, the whole area collapses and it becomes a rubble in a minute.
When you see cars colliding, they just collide. In the movies, they explode.
They all explode.
Explode.
No, actually, the last time I saw, and it's not an explosion, it was an old Volkswagen Beetle.
Ilishika moto
kwa barabara.
In the movies, zinalipuka.
So, and now that we're having this conversation, and also just looking at it from a layman's perspective, and again, using the movies as an example, because every time you see that nuclear sign, you believe it's a threat. But now you're saying it's one of the safest sources of energy.
It is.
But the mindset that is already there, the moment you start thinking nuclear,
you think of the bomb.
Exactly. You're thinking about a nuclear bomb.
And you think of the bomb, you think of Hiroshima, you think of Nagasaki.
Ndio hiyo. Exactly.
And you.
Hey, because how else do you want me to think about it? If all my life, since when I was a small kid, even now, when we talk about invading certain countries, even the war between Iran and the US at this particular moment.
No, the war between Iran, Israel, and the US.
Yes. Tusiache hiyo nchi moja. Wote pamoja. I stand corrected. Iran, Israel and the US.
Yes.
And the war between the US and Iraq. The war between Russia, Afghanistan and the US.
Bas, unaona sasa umepata hiyo kitu.
Unaona.
Yes.
It was always about nuclear power. Sasa, what is the difference of that nuclear power na hii nuclear power inakuja Siaya? And I say it so that pia tuelimishe ule mtu wako pale Siaya asifikirie wanaenda kulipuliwa.
The nuclear energy is consistent. It is not subject to mvua ilinyesha. Hakuna. Matope ilikuja. It's none of those. But when we think nuclear and we think of the bomb, the nuclear capacity that people have is not the nuclear factories they have. It's the ammunition.
Yes.
And it follows a very strange Mzungu logic that people have mutually assured destruction, and that's what keeps them safe. We should thank God for Trump. Because
we should.
There
are a lot of people who will start raising a lot of hell when they hear you mentioning Trump and good news.
We should thank God for Trump because the thing which you thought could not happen, he has shown you it can happen.
Which is what?
Anaanza kwanza vita hata mahali hakuna shida.
Unaamuka tu hivi unastukia unapigwa.
Si aliamka akaenda Venezuela akachukua president huko
at 3 am.
Yes, sasa hiyo
the hours that you guys woke me up to.
So ile movies za Rambo. Rambo alienda Venezuela. Wakachukua aka dictator. Wakamleta kwao.
Yes.
Then you want to repeat the same thing with our brother in the Middle East. Tofauti kidogo.
They know how to fight back.
Persia was one of the greatest empires we ever had on this planet.
Was or still is?
No, was. The greatness that Persia had and what it has now, it may be building towards it and it's a great nation. But when you say it was a great nation, it was a great empire.
It was an empire, by the way.
Now it's a nation. It was an empire.
Then we also had Mesopotamia,
which
is the new day Iraq.
So none of history knows idea.
Yes.
So these are people who led the world in learning and understanding.
Yes.
When hao wenzetu bado walikuwa nangangana na wanyama kwa msitu. It's the truth. Okay? So the civilization that we speak of haikuanza mahali hao jamaa wanatoka hao wenzetu wanatoka ilianza huku kwetu.
And you know civilization again started in Persia.
Hao watu bwana walikuwa mbele. Walikuwa mbele sana. Now in modern times hawako nyuma. One of the things that America and Europe never understood, when you create sanctions for a country, you're giving them an opportunity to develop internally and they grow strong internally.
And they become more resilient as a nation and they know how to depend on each other.
Look at what China did. They were quiet. Nobody even knew what they were doing. Iran did the same thing. South Africa, when they were ostracized, they acquired nuclear capacity. South Africa
iko na hiyo nuclear capacity.
Yes, they did. Because the sanctions walikuwa wamefungiwa because walikuwa wanasumbua Afrika. Okay? Now, when you look at the present day Iran, nobody knew very much about what was going on in Iran. We now begin to understand when this war began. They took the US and Israel by surprise.
Interesting.
Hao watu wako na states zao ni 31. Military capacity yao is devolved in 31 states. Each have the same capacity. So unafikiri umekonga hawa 30
mwingine huko anaamka.
Mbili imebaki 29. So now when they attack, and it's a big country, my friend, you're not sure
who's going to attack you
and where. Yes. So wameshtua jamaa.
And you know, interestingly, this Strait of Hormuz that we keep on talking about, they've managed to control it. Even the US with the biggest military.
Inabidi muongee vizuri na heshima.
And you know, several times that thing has happened where they agree today, then the following day wanawaambia, by the way, tunawapatia 12 hours melio. Any ship that we see passing by,
we are bombing it.
We are going to hit it. It doesn't matter.
Now you see, I'm saying we thank God for Trump.
Yes.
Yeye ndio mwanzilisha hii mambo yote.
Yes. But it's also being shown.
Not the issues that are there, but this particular war. Now, it tells you this thing of thinking that kuna watu who have a sense of modicum and a sense of limits. Who mzee hana. He's being forced to learn limits now. Because
you know, there are certain things you can do. There are certain things you cannot do. Anyway, there's somebody who's asked a question here, and just looking at conversations that are happening on our YouTube channel. And yes, you can be able to catch us on all our socials on Radio Gen KE, apart from Facebook. You know, for those of us who love Facebook, which is Radio Generation Kenya, I have seen certain conversations, and there's a gentleman who's asking you, and this is Douglas Kibogong. He's asking, CT, do guys know why auditors have green pens? I'm also very curious, and I've not seen you with a green pen.
I have a green pen. Just so that ujue.
No, it's only that it's not here. It's not one of the ones that are here. Okay.
I normally have 4 pens: blue, black, red, and green. Green, as opposed to red. If you go to the bank, you always find them writing in red. It's so that maandishi yao and what they need to do is differentiated from yours. Because you can use a blue and a black, but one to be a red. It's for that reason, none other.
Allah?
Yes, it's
you different. Have to know that this is an auditor.
Yes, you
so
know.
Amauliza, why is it? Do they use a
because you know, unajua hii ni audit. It's different from the blue or the black. Yes.
Where?
Hiyo tu.
It is totally different. We are auditors. We use different colors of pens. And finally, CT, I want us to get to the Star and see what headline is there. But even as I'm looking for these, there's another question I asked you earlier, and which was one of our main news stories this morning.
Yes.
And that was the Emurua Dikir MP. And we have a new MP that has already been declared last evening, and UDA has won that seat back. In fact, that is now the headline on the Star. UDA's David Keter wins Emurua Dikir by-election. He secured 18,266 votes, defeating his closest challenger, Vincent Rotich of DCP, who got 10,760 votes. Now, this for me is very significant. And I know I had asked these off air, but let's have this conversation on the mic. And that is, we have UDA reclaiming that seat, but we also have a new political party called DCP. DCP is less than a year old. And in a stronghold that is seen to be a UDA stronghold, they managed to get 10,760 votes. What does that say if we were to look at the bigger picture?
What it tells you is this. One, the candidate that represented the party known as DCP had a following.
Yes.
More than you would expect. But it also tells you that there's plurality in the politics of that region. That, yes, there's a dominance of UDA, but it isn't an absolute dominance.
Yes.
No, it's a dominance that can be challenged. Because if you're talking about communities that have a certain form or uniformity, you would have assumed that the winner would have won by a landslide.
Yes.
Meaning this guy would have won 2,000, this guy
1,000, the other one is getting 20-something, 22, 23,000.
That's not the case. That's not the case. It's actually a very good showing.
Yes.
For the DCP in this particular region, which gives them hope that should they wish to have another stab at this particular seat, the likelihood of doing better exists. But it tells you, and let me repeat what I said, the candidate who was on the DCP ticket is somebody who has a following. That's what it tells you.
And if we were to look at literally the perspective of party politics, and I know this is what I had asked you earlier, where you go into somebody's stronghold and you get so many votes.
Yes.
What does it say? And what does it mean?
It tells you that that person is not beyond defeat in his own backyard. So now the question is, get granular. Who are the people who voted for these two candidates?
Yes.
The stronghold of these individuals, let's put the parties aside. The individuals. The person who won on the UDA ticket is the person who has been the constant challenger.
Yes.
To the MP who passed away. He's the one who was always coming number two.
Yes.
Number two. Number two. So now, the person who was coming number two is no longer there.
Yes.
So the likelihood of him winning was higher.
Was higher.
Yes.
Because he always had the backing.
That's Mr. Keter.
Yes.
But now with our politics, you might even argue that perhaps, who knows, he might even have won. But the immediate former MP, the late MP who passed away, was known to be a very strong critic of the government. So you could argue...
Originally.
Yes, he was.
Yes.
So you could argue that actually he had a certain sense of popularity. There's something about our politics. If somebody stands on a party that is popular in a region,
yes,
even when they criticize the government, they'll still get voted in. Then there's this rare individual who doesn't stand on the party ticket which is popular. But if there's a coalition, stands with the party ticket that is in the coalition, or stands as an independent, they get elected. That's what I'm asking. When you look at the challenger, or in this constituency, where does he come from? And where did he get the bulk of his votes? This is now getting granular. So you can tell where he's popular. Maybe his popularity is in the region that he comes from.
Yes. And that makes a lot of sense anyway. I just want to go back to the comments on YouTube. And I'm seeing Danson Kinyua saying, good morning, Luz, Kagema, Douglas, Hamjambo, Azalendo. Michael Olande saying, small solar sets have kicked out kerosene use in the villages. So this is somebody saying, you remember that conversation we were having about kerosene? So there's a gentleman here called Michael Olande who's telling you small solar sets have kicked out kerosene use in the villages. So it means that the use of kerosene has gone a bit lower. And that was my thinking as well, even as we were having that conversation. And that's why I was even wondering why kerosene is not shifting. But again, you said if we go to informal settlements, that kerosene is still very key in terms of fuel, in terms of lighting.
Mr. Lande, thank you for that information. But I would ask Mr. Lande, has he actually done a survey as to look at where in this country kerosene is actually used?
Yes.
It is likely that the region he comes from, it is true what he's saying has happened. But if he went to the neighboring ward or the neighboring constituency, would that still be the same reality? Yes. If you have people who are tech savvy and they've understood the use of solar,
Yes.
solar will spread. And there's a lot of safe cooking or green cooking
Yes.
that has come into, and there are people who propagate it. And what is right about some, and that solar cooking, you can even bake with solar. You can cook with solar. I've seen the technology and I understand it.
And the green cooking you're talking about ni ile ya kutumia cow dung, the one that people pull gas pipes, unakuja unavuruta and you well, you turn shit into something useful.
That works, but the one I'm speaking of is where you use sunlight. But that technology also comes at a cost. Kerosene is often used because it's cheaper. Firewood is cheaper because you don't actually have to buy
But it's
it.
firewood. No, but you know now, with all these restrictions that are coming with cutting trees and going into forests, there are certain areas where now firewood is becoming very expensive.
Do you know what happens, Sami? Firewood, when you went to collect firewood, you didn't cut trees. You picked branches. When I was a youth, it's something we did. You went into the forest and it had already dropped. You were not cutting it. It was already on the ground. What you're doing is you're picking it up and taking it with you. Yes. We didn't cut trees or have logs. No. This came later when it was commercialized. Yes.
So the twigs, twigs you could get them anywhere, and they fall.
And they were dry.
Yeah.
That's why you took them. When you cut a live tree, you have to give it time to dry, and it takes time to dry.
And it takes a lot of time.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Firewood was firewood because it was already dry. Yes.
Wow. Yes. Kuna mtu hapa anauliza, hi CT, kwani mbuvi ameamua kuweka ndevu na kuvaa miwani na kofia kama yako ya Papua New Guinea au ni mtu mwingine?
Mwambie ndio ni mbuvi. Mwambie anaitwa Muraya.
Huu ni mbuvi mwingine lakini anaitwa Sami Muraya.
Yes.
By the way sijaiona mbuvi akivaa miwani.
He actually wears glasses. He's short-sighted. But hajaelewa ya kwamba spectacles have a restorative function. It actually helps improve your eyesight. Yes. But I think he's concerned about the optics.
Watu watafikiria ameanza kuzeeka.
So just let him
na ni kijana mdogo.
Yes.
Anyway, my interpretation of today's proverb, I think about tomorrow when you make laws while in power.
So that's very true. Beautiful. Unani amesema hiyo?
Anaitwa Mohamed Murunga.
Mohamed Murunga, thank you. Oh yes, fikiria kesho when you're not in power. How will that law apply to you?
Si ati unaamuka tu, you decide, you know what? Let me just create these laws. And I don't care.
Watu waanze kucheza. And then you stop being in power.
Thank you.
What do you think will happen?
And there's a gentleman I've been talking to a lot who's in power this particular moment. He's a member of parliament. And he told me exactly what you're saying. And he's been saying, I'm starting to get a bit scared of what will happen to me. The last 4 years have been very nice. But now, there's the fear of the unknown. This power is gone. And we have so many laws that we've set aside, put in place, and they might affect me in the next year.
I want to assure that Mheshimiwa that they will, not might, they will affect him.
Where?
And if they don't affect him, they'll affect those who are younger than him in his family.
Where?
Inakuwaga hivyo.
Okay.
Yes.
So apparently, and I know earlier on we spoke about this day in history, and I joked about Facebook, but on this day in 1984, that gentleman called Mark Zuckerberg was born. Leo ni birthday yake.
Mark Zuckerberg. Ile jamaa Facebook.
Huyo jamaa wa Facebook. So leo ni kama tunakula keki mingi sana as we celebrate him, as we celebrate other things. And of course, just a polite reminder that we have our first guest that will be coming in from around 7 or 6 up or 7 or 7 after we listen to Miss Maganga with this morning's news.
Yes.
And we will be getting, like CT said earlier on when he was welcoming me here, he told me we talk a lot here. but the people that come with the real expertise are the guests that we bring here. So we have a guest that is coming in. We will be telling you who that gentleman is and what they do, and basically what topic they will be touching on when they come in. And yes, you're listening to Radio Generation, and it is the People's Breakfast. And this is not Mungala Mbuvi with you this morning. My name is Sami Murai, of course, with CT Muga.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. One person was injured during the Murua Dikir by-election after being attacked by suspected goons in the Chelemei area. Attention gripped the constituency as DCP agents claim they were targeted by UDA supporters.
Sikia kuna furugu inaendelea huko Chelemei, wananyamaza. Wanasikia kuna furugu Gribwet. There is nothing that has been done. Ingawache wamejaribu ku calm the situation, but the perpetrators bado hawajashikwa.
Hapa Murua Dikir ni kubwa kushinda sisi sote, na naendelea kuelezea watu wapige kura kwa amani. Unajua hii maneno ya kura ikiisha, bado life must continue. We have to be there tomorrow again. So nilikuwa naelezea watu wapige kura kwa amani, alafu warudi waende wafanye kazi ya kawaida.
Kenya is facing a rising threat of synthetic and illicit drug abuse after a new wastewater analysis report launched by the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse revealed traces of cocaine, meth, ecstasy, heroin, cannabis and other emerging psychoactive substances in several urban centers across the country.
This method is premised on one thing. Anything we take into our bodies comes out as waste, either as a metabolite or as a compound, essentially creating a chemical footprint which can be used to reverse analyze and to be analyzed reversely to know what chemicals have been used.
This report reaffirms NACADA's commitment to safeguarding the health of Kenyans and our readiness to embrace science-driven approaches in tackling evolving national challenges.
We will enhance intelligence-led policing to identify and dismantle clandestine laboratories, disrupt supply chains, and target high-value trafficking networks using financial intelligence and forensic evidence.
Residents in parts of Tiati and Baringo South are counting heavy losses after ongoing rains triggered floods, submerged roads and cut off key transport routes in the region. The Kamasina Bridge linking the area to neighboring West Pokot County has been submerged, disrupting movement and access to essential services. In Baringo South, rising waters from Lake Bogoria, together with River Loboi and River Wasegas, continue to engulf roads, schools and business centers, leaving residents stranded and fearing more destruction.
Saizi kama watoto kuna watoto wanasoma day school ambayo iko hapo West Pokot, ambayo iko karibu kwa Tiati, na wanavuka hiyo bridge kila asubuhi. Sasa wao wanafunzi kwa hii term hawataenda shule. Maanisha masomo katika sehemu hiyo imesambaratishwa. Mambo ya biashara imeharibika. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka nitoe wito kwa Davis Chirchir, waziri wa barabara, kwamba aweze kuzingatia kutusaidia kwa haraka sana hiyo daraja ya Kamson.
Hofu yangu maji ikikuja mpaka ifika pale mimi niko, lazima nitahama pale pengine. Na nikizidi kukaa hapa haijulikani itaongezeka lini. Kwa maana mvua ikinyesha, kama ulikuwa umekuta iko mbali, muda ya siku moja unakuta imesonga. Ukikaa siku mbili, ukikuja hapo unakuta imesonga. Sasa haijulikani inaweza kufika hapa wakati gani.
Former Nigerian Power Minister Saleh Maman has been sentenced to 75 years in prison for laundering 33.8 billion naira, which is about $24.7 million. A court found the 68-year-old guilty of 12 charges, including using private companies to move money linked to government power projects. He was sentenced in absentia after authorities said he disappeared following his conviction. Nigeria's anti-corruption agency, the EFCC, says Maman's whereabouts are currently unknown. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation, and you're listening to the People's Breakfast with me, Sami Moraya, and of course, the gentleman who has a lot of black hair, but the whites are trying to dominate, C.T. Muga. This just shows you that I was listening to you guys yesterday when you guys were talking about black hair and that your hair is getting blacker.
I do not know where that man slept the night before. I was wondering. I look at my face in the mirror every day, and I can also see my hair.
Yes.
And where is this black? What he's talking about?
It's more white than black.
Yes. You see, everything has its time.
Yes.
Every time I go to have a haircut, I'm always asked, "Utaki rangi?" Say no, I don't. No, there's a time when it was all black. Your time ilipita. Now this is a different time. So hii pia itapita.
Wakati wake utakuja, wakati utapita. We've just been joined by Dr. Kireki Omanwa, OBGYN, and President Kenya Obstetrical Gynecological Society, COGS. Correct. And this morning, we are actually talking about rethinking surrogacy in Kenya. But first of all, karibu sana daktari.
Asante sana.
Na kabla tuku engage, I know CT alitupatia bonge la proverb. He gave us a proverb here earlier that we've literally been trying to decipher. And this proverb is from somewhere in Sudan. So I'll allow him to unleash it again and see how you translate that particular proverb in your own way.
I hope I'll manage with that, Bonge.
No, you will. Sudan is a very unique country in the sense it has the largest number of pyramids on the planet.
Correct.
More than Egypt, by the way.
More than Egypt.
Oh, by far. Most of the pyramids are actually in Sudan. Sudan is the third largest producer of gold on the continent. Now, most people don't know this. Part of the war you see, they're not ideological differences, it's the gold. The army under Burhan is supported, I think, by Qatar. The army that was the rapid forces are supported by the Emiratis. People keep asking, where do people get money to buy arms? They have gold. Yes. So a lot of the problems that even happened in Darfur, which is part of Sudan, it is the oil.
Yes.
The Sahel region has a place, many countries, they are referred to as the coup belt because every other day there's one government that has come in, another one has come out, that one. Sudan actually follows them suit. Sudan has had more coups than you can think of. From the time when a gentleman called Numeri took over, he was taken over by al-Bashir. Al-Bashir lasted for 30 years.
Actually, he stayed for a very long time.
30. I think he actually forgot that these things, it's good when other people also take. But the citizen decided for him.
And we're learning from the region as well. Because if Grandpa Museveni is still a new president, a baby president. a few days old.
Let me tell you, there are many things you are grateful for. In this
As
country,
Kenyans.
yes, that we have a system where we know 2 years out.
2 terms, 10
out,
years.
Out.
Yeah.
It's a good thing for us. Tanzania had it before us. Now the proverb. Okay? O digger of a pit of wickedness, widen your lying place in it. O digger of a pit of wickedness, you who digs this pit of wickedness,
Yes.
make sure you've widened a space for you to lie in within it. That's what the proverb is saying.
Haya, daktari, kazi kwako.
Hapo kuna kizungumkuti.
Daktari is a very good interpreter of proverbs. Don't be fooled. Yes, he interprets the proverbs very well.
And you see, when somebody starts by saying there is a problem, they always have a solution. That's why they always try to make you believe there's a very big there's a big problem here.
I'll be able to get through that problem,
Yes.
as it were. Oh, digger of wickedness.
Yes.
Of a pit of wickedness.
Of a pit of wickedness.
Yes.
I think, first of all, the digger. Who is this who is digging? And what is this pit? And what is wickedness? Wickedness can come in many forms.
Yes.
It can come in terms of jealousy. It can come in terms of greed. And when we are digging this pit, there is that saying that if you are in a hole, stop digging, don't dig further.
Yes.
So if we are greedy, for example, we are taken over by our greed, we will want to accumulate as much as we can to the detriment of either family or even friends or even those ones who are around us. So, oh digger of wickedness, so this is a person who is trying to, my understanding, trying to get as much as he can or she can to the detriment of anybody else who is around him or her. And then why do you create a piece of
You're being told
you pit digger of wickedness.
Yes.
Widen the space within it for yourself.
Widen the space within it for yourself. Yes. You see, once we are greed, sometimes we don't see the end of that greed.
Yes.
So we start digging. I'm accumulating. There is a clip which has been going around, on WhatsApp groups, where a monkey is given a piece of bread and then given a little bit more, and then a little bit more. So grabs one, takes a bite, and then sees another one, grabs it, takes a bite, and then another one, until he's completely overwhelmed. He can't even do anything about it. So I think I would equate it to that when we start being greedy, we accumulate and we take what we can't even make use of. So we create more space for ourselves, but actually that space is no space at all, because you're going to accumulate all this wealth or money or whatever it is, but essentially you have very little of it. And that is my understanding.
And I like the way you've equated it to greed. I was already looking at that monkey with so much bread on both of its hands and literally overwhelmed. And that is how we live as a society.
And then he ends up not eating anything.
Exactly. It looks like you've thought about something and you want to...
No, I'm just regurgitating what you two are saying. And I'm thinking of how interpretations can be spot on and yet they can be diversified.
Yes.
But the interpretation gets the heart of the matter.
And you actually said he does it very well. Anyway, Dr. Kireki Omanwa, here to talk about surrogacy, not about greed. And how greedy we are as a society. And I think today's topic is basically looking at how we can rethink surrogacy in Kenya, which now brings in the first question. And the first question is simply, what is surrogacy?
What is surrogacy?
Yes.
Surrogacy, in its simplest form, is basically where a lady is not able to carry a baby, and so this lady designates somebody else to carry this baby for her or for them, for this couple who are not able to get a baby or to carry a baby for whatever reason. And most of the time, the reasons are medical. Not even most of the time, 100% of the time, the reasons are medical. So you will find some of these ladies, for example, have issues with infertility, basically. And infertility, as you know, is a big problem on our continent, even generally in the world. The incidence of infertility is about 10% in the developed world, but when it comes to our countries, it's a lot higher, which is paradoxical, because we have the highest birth rates, and then we have the highest infertility rates. Our infertility rates range anywhere between 10, even some countries to even up to 30% of the adult population, which is very high. So when we talk about some of the causes of infertility, we have issues with fibroids for ladies, whereby the uterus cannot be able to carry a baby because it's completely distorted. We have issues. There are some ladies who are born without a womb. It's a small percentage, but it is still there. There are some who are born with a tiny womb which cannot carry a baby. There are others who have undergone serious surgery, for example, brain surgery, for example, serious cardiac surgery, heart surgery, and they may not be able to carry a baby because a baby reorganizes the lady's organism such that, and puts a lot of pressure in the body, such that she may not be able to carry this baby. So in such circumstances, then we suggest, or sometimes, sometimes you find this lady has miscarried very many times, 10 times, 12 times. I've had a patient who's had 10, 12 miscarriages. And we say, you know what? It seems like your body is not quote-unquote baby friendly. We may need to get somebody to be able to carry this baby for you. So I'll take a step back before I really dive into the surrogacy, because infertility in itself is a very old problem. For those of us who are Christians and read the Bible, we know that Abraham had a challenge with infertility with his wife Sarah, and then the son that they got, Isaac. Isaac was 40 years old when he gets married to Rebecca, and then they stay for 20 years without a baby.
So it became a family, like a hereditary problem.
It sort of became a challenge, and I'm sure he was not living with his in-laws because they would have suggested something else. Get another wife.
In fact, I was going to go there, and I saw CT smiling.
Get another wife. Yeah. So Isaac, at the end of the day, has twins, Jacob and Esau. And you remember the story of Jacob, very romantic for our ladies. He sees his cousin, because Rachel was his cousin, and he falls in love with her. He goes to the father and says, "Look, I'm more than happy to work for you so that I can be able to get married."
To pay dowry.
Yes. So the mzee says 7 years. And the guy works 7 years, anachezwa. The day of marriage amepata Leah, the first wife.
Hii mchezo ya town haijaanza leo.
Mchezo ya town ilianza zamani. So Jacob says, now that it is what it is, what more do I need to do? He says another 7 years. So he works for 14 years before he gets married to the love of his life. In the meantime, Leah is popping out sons left, right, and center. She delivers Reuben, then Simeon, then Levi, then Judah. And then now when Rachel gets married, of course, now she also wants to have babies.
Definitely.
And she tells Jacob, I want a son. And Jacob says, am I God to give children?
Decide.
Yeah. I don't decide when these children come. So Rachel says, in that case, I have a maid. Chukua my maid, and go in with her. The maid's name was Bila. Na watoto ambao watazaliwa watakuwa wanani? Watakuwa ni wa Rachel. So actually that was surrogacy. And later on, again, now there was a bit of competition within this. Yes.
This conversation was very interesting, and I could tell.
So when somebody has a co-wife,
yes,
essentially that is surrogacy. The reason why I'm asking the question,
yes,
traditional polygamy,
yes,
you would find that the wife,
yes,
the sitting prime minister, is the one who often arranges for the second, and it was usually a relative of theirs. And sometimes they came in as somebody to look after the young children, but they ended up being wives. So in that context,
yes,
is that also surrogacy?
No, that is different in a way. because the co-wife now, she has the rights of a wife.
Yes.
But the surrogate does not have rights at all. She delivers that baby because even in the Bible she says, and these were Rachel's children.
And it's the
Even
same scenario also with Ishmael.
Yeah,
to be
exactly,
honest.
exactly.
Because
Sarah said, you know what?
Yeah.
Nafikiri Mungu amesahau kidogo. See, there's a maid here. Fanya ile kazi. Maybe we'll get that son from where? From that. And then there was a conflict.
And they got a son.
Yes.
And mpaka leo.
Mpaka leo. So Rachel delivers. At last, the Bible says, and God had Rachel because her womb was barren, meaning it was completely not able to carry a baby, to get pregnant, and she delivers Joseph, and then later on delivers Benjamin. And then she dies because of PPH.
Yes.
It was PPH most probably, postpartum hemorrhage, because clinically what we know is that you can deliver, and then once you delivered you bleed excessively, and then you die. So surrogacy and infertility are an old problem. It's not a new problem.
It's not a new problem. In fact, there's a question I want to ask because, and I think I've realized this even from the conversations that you're having from the Bible. Why is it that when conversations around infertility come up, we always want to blame the woman and never the man? And you were talking statistics a little bit earlier. I like the way you're laughing. You gave us numbers, and you said infertility numbers are very high in Africa, the same way childbirth rates are extremely high. So we are high on both pedestals.
Ends, yes.
What I'd like our listeners and those who are watching us right now to understand is what are the ratios for infertility in men and in ladies, because one of the other things we've also realized along the way is even when you hear that mtoto si wako, it's because the lady realizes shida inaweza kuwa ni mzee anaenda anajaribu huko nje and then anaanza kukuzalia, but they'll never come and tell you that you are the problem.
Maybe a small story just to emphasize where we are and talking about proportions. There's a time I used to run an IVF clinic in one of the hospitals, and one day I got a bit late because I was in another hospital.
Kila mtu si daktari.
In vitro fertilization, where we help the couples who are not able to get a baby naturally. So we medically help them. We get eggs from the lady, and the gentleman gives us sperm. We create the baby, quote unquote, the beginning of a baby called an embryo.
So in the lab. Ni ile watu wanajua AI huko kwa wale wafugaji wa ng'ombe huko ni AI.
Something like that.
Actually, in layman's language.
Actually, it came from there when you talk about artificial insemination, but this is a little bit more than artificial insemination. So I arrived in this clinic, and there were quite a number of patients, and there was a gentleman, masharubu tu kama wewe, na kama siti.
Unajua siti. Anajaribu kusema tu masharubu ndio kuna shida za kiume anyway.
Anyway, so this guy was quite Bristol and saying, Daktari, we've been waiting for you here, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I apologized and said, well, I'm going to see all of you. And unfortunately, he was the last one in the queue. So when he entered the consultation room, he had a piece of paper and he threw it on the table. And it was quite demeaning. I didn't even look at the paper. So I started my questions. So, well, miaka ni mingapi? Are you married? Yes, he was married. You have children? Yes, he had children. 4 children with the first wife. And he has a second wife who came with 1 baby. So remember, 4 children, he has 4 children, and the second wife is expectant, 6 months. So in my mind, I was asking, why did this guy come to see me? Because he sorted. So anyway, when I finished my history taking and looked at the piece of paper, it was actually a sperm test. And the sperm test had 0 sperms. So I asked him, why did he do the sperm test, bearing in mind that he has 4 children and his present wife was expectant 6 months? And then he said something which was interesting, in that he had been in a relationship several years before, and the lady he was with, when they parted ways, told him that he was infertile.
Interesting.
And the guy was like, What do you mean? So that thing was at the back of his mind. So he gets married, has 4 children. They disagree with the first wife, gets married to a second wife who comes with a baby, and presently she was 6 months pregnant. So I said, well, sometimes it can be
with the man's baby.
No. Wait. This story requires silence as it goes on because it's being weaved very nicely.
I have maintained shala.
In the background, once it was announced that relationship, bro, you're firing blanks.
Rubber bullets.
So I said, well, maybe it's because of maybe not a very good lab. What we do another test. So I gave him a request, and he did. Very diligent guy. The following week he had the results, and again there was 0, completely 0. So I said, let's do some more tests. So we did a blood test to look at hormones. Hormones are what regulate the way we behave, you know, and so on. And the hormone tests that we did were very high. And then we also did a scan, a testicular scan or a scrotal scan. And what came out is that the testes were tiny, what you call hypoplastic, and that together with the hormone test basically showed that he was not producing any sperm. So I explained that to the gentleman, and he still asked whether there was any other test that we could do. I said, well,
how many does he want to confirm?
He wants to do everything.
This man did not want any doubt lingering. Kia. Alikuwa anataka thibitisho.
Unasema fool proof.
Yes, you want proof evidence fully. No doubt. So that now you can go back and say, now those 4 children.
So I sent him to my colleague who is a urologist, and they did what is called a testicular biopsy, where they get a little bit of tissue from the testicles. And then it is sent to an expert doctor who's called a pathologist, who will now study that tissue under a microscope. And you can actually see how sperms develop.
Yes.
And in this case, yake ilikuwa what we call a primary arrest. Meaning what? Kama watoto tukizaa watoto, si mtoto anaenda PP1, sijui PP2, primary, secondary,
yes.
Yeah. So yake ilikuwa ni primary, right at the primordial level. So he was not producing sperm because they were not being produced completely.
Yes.
So alikuwa amegongewa mara ngapi?
Mara
5.
Si mara 5. Kuzaa ndiye amezaa mara 5. Kugongewa we can't count because it is not. I'm sorry, City.
Unajua
hapo ni kweli story. Hapo ni kweli.
By the story ni ngumu.
Hapo ni kweli.
Because unajua si ati unagongewa anapata mimba hapana.
Hapo ni kweli. Amezaliwa mara 5 lakini kugongewa ni mingi zaidi.
Okay.
So hii mchezo ya town, unfortunately, it's all over the place.
Let me ask this question. The condition this man had, is it something that is treatable or reversible?
Now, we are not very sure because we are just seeing the results, the end result. So it is possible that he was born with a problem. It is possible that he acquired that problem later on.
If he acquired it, what would have brought about the acquisition?
Yes.
Injuries, for example. You know, gentlemen, we like football.
Yes.
Watu wa Arsenal sijua wako wapi
na Manchester na wale wengine
na Chelsea and so on. So sometimes you see when they're playing football and there's a what is it called? Not a free kick, whatever it is.
A penalty or throw-in.
Throw-in, yeah. And then the gentleman, they cover them.
That's a free kick.
Free kick. So and sometimes that ball, because it goes at a very, very fast rate, very high speed, ikiguza tu hivi inagonga. So when it hits there, unfortunately that will harm the testes. Other sports, for example, like karate, cricket, you know, hockey and so on, that can also be it. Medical issues, for example, testicular cancer, but that one is much later on. You may have infectious diseases like what we call mumps. Mumps is an childhood infectious disease whereby you have these glands around
the neck,
around the neck swelling.
In fact, I was going to ask how does it, because the way I know mumps is on the neck. So how does it affect your reproductive system?
when we are infected as children, that's very interesting. When you're infected as children, it doesn't affect us. Our body gets immunity.
Okay.
But when it affects us as gentlemen, it goes down because it's spreading through the whole body. And then you find that in the mature testes, it actually, in the simplest way, in a trauma, such that there is no way they are what we call receptors for hormones. So if they are distorted, if they are destroyed, the hormones that are responsible for the production of sperms cannot actually work on the testes. So that is why it brings infertility in men.
Well, it brings infertility. Now, I just want to bring us back to, unajua ulikata ile story. Nilikuwa nangoja kusikia climax. Huyu jamaa after hizi tests zote.
This story is ongoing.
Bado haijaisha. It's like a movie script.
Haja confront yule mama mwenye kitu.
Si sasa ni hapo tunataka twende. You know, I'm asking myself, sasa we've done all these tests. Sasa we are waiting for the final showdown. You know, as sisi kama wanahabari, that is what we look out for.
Hii ni series. Hii ni episode 1. Yes.
Tungoje 2 na 3. So jamaa wetu.
So at the end of the day, when we could not do any more tests because he had exhausted them, so he comes and I tell him, he kept on asking whether there are any more tests to be done. And I said, unfortunately, we've exhausted the whole, sort of whatever of tests that we can do.
Yes.
And then he asked me a question which was very difficult for me to answer. But by God's grace, I managed to answer it. I don't know whether he was ever satisfied. Then he asked me, so who is the father of these children? So, of course, I was not there when they were being made.
Like daktari surely. Well, I think
you need to check. Sasa hiyo swali unajibu namna gani?
Unajua, I think daktari needs to change his profession to a storyteller because he's telling this story.
Actually,
he's a very good narrator.
His job and storytelling are joined at the hip. Yeah, bedside manners, bro. I am a storyteller myself, so I know. Storytelling, the art of it, it's a gift. Yes, and it makes a lot of things that you do that much simpler. Yes.
Okay.
What unapenda hadithi? Why do you think people watch movies? Movies are stories.
Hadithi njoo.
Sasa tuambie,
you are not there.
I was not there. So of course I couldn't tell him that. I was not there. So God gave me the grace to say, fatherhood, there are different types of fatherhood. There is the genetic or biological fatherhood, whereby you are the one who has given the genetic material, and that baby is genetically yours. And then there is a social father, whereby you are the one who's taking care of these children, and usually both of them are combined. You are the genetic father and you are the social father. You are the one who is paying the school fees, feeding them, etc. But I told him, in this case, you are the social father. They only know you as the father, and with all due respect, they don't know any father. So you are still the father, albeit a social father.
But what does that do? And I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with the medical field, but what does that do to you as a man, knowing how our egos are? Just imagining that, okay, I have these 5 children.
Yes.
None of which are mine. And all this time, I was made to believe that these were my children. And I've just received this news that I cannot conceive no matter what. I cannot make a woman pregnant.
Just to take you back a little bit, research was done, and can't remember. I think it was carried in one of the newspapers in this country, which basically reflected research in other countries, that actually 34% of the children that we take care of are not our children.
34%?
34%.
See, there's something we are being told here as well. I'm also a father of 3, so you're literally saying 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3. So out of my 3, moja si wangu.
Shende huko bwana.
Lakini usije ukafanye
pengine bwana.
So for a man, it is crushing because our ego basically stem from that. I have I have born children, and better still, I have born a son or sons who are going to be my heirs. And then when you find out that none of them is yours, it really becomes a challenge. But then the other scenario,
because this is forced, literally this is now forced surrogacy, with all due respect.
Forced
in a way. Because now, without my knowledge...
Watoto ni wako.
But if you're philosophical about it, and there's no wawa na utaki kufanya mambo ya DNA, it is not as bad. The effect is alarming and shocking because it destabilizes the image of yourself, your male ego and all that. But when you calm down, those children do not know another father other than you.
Exactly. No, it's true, and that's exactly what Daktari has said.
Exactly.
Which now brings me to my next question, which is, at what point do you consider surrogacy? Now, we've spoken about infertility in men, and it's because it's always been that gray area that a lot of people do not want to talk about, and it's always been seen as infertility is like more of a woman's problem. And even when it comes to our mothers, we as men, when you do not conceive within a very quick period, a certain period, within a very quick, because they always want a very quick turnaround from marriage to a child immediately.
1 year, 2 years.
Exactly. If that doesn't happen, then they start now generating issues, and it's always about the woman, never about you as my son and stuff like that. But
some of their communities where they foolproof it. Even as you're getting married, there must be evidence that all systems are working. Yes. There are communities where the girl, you want the girl pregnant even as you're heading towards marriage. Yes, it means you have to skip certain Christian hurdles, but you'll find a way around it.
Not just Christian, religious. Because it's a lot of religions that are consider virginity very key.
Believe me, why I say Christian is because of the wedding that people want to have.
Yes.
You see? And communities understand this. That's why there's a fine for a girl being pregnant before she is married. You see, you're right. The social constructs cater for this. We understand. Like the community I come from, a year goes by, no issue. Second year, traditionally, you would be sent on an errand which would take some time. And since within the compound of you had cousins who look like you, same bloodline, we encouraged wives to be friendly to your brothers and cousins. It is for such a purpose. Should a problem arise, see, communities even take care of death. Should you die, there's somebody who will be able to look after this particular woman. And they're already friendly to begin with. So when you come back and you find that the lady is expectant, it is not an issue. Because that child is going to look like you anyway. Because this is now society's understanding some of these complications and catering for an eventuality.
And now I understand. I totally understand why the 34%. And hapo unajua, I'm sorry, I'm really sticking to that. Because you see this thing of being told, and I use myself as an example. Like I said, I have 3 children. So that thing of being told 1 out of the 3 inaweza kuwa there's a period when I traveled away and 1 or 2 things happened, and that's how I ended up. But I'm still now coming back to the whole point of at what point do we consider surrogacy?
Yes. So first of all, I think most people don't consider infertility as a medical problem. They consider it more of a social problem. And that is why when you discuss some of these issues, they are very emotional. Because World Health Organization has actually designated infertility as the 5th highest disability. You see, if your sperms are not swimming the way they should...
Pardon, I want you to repeat that because I believe that's a very key point.
Fifth highest disability.
Yani kushoot blanks ni ulemavu.
Ni ulemavu.
Babu umelemewa.
Umelemewa.
Baadaye tena umelemewa kishua.
I'm sorry.
So when you go
this is not a laughing matter.
So when you go to the when you go to the supermarket, they should be having parking, especially for
for those people, because now it means I can go with a disability sticker because I know
you can.
It is.
I am shooting.
Kuna mali uko short.
So that, first of all, that when we look at infertility, not from the lens of a disease, just like any other disease, just like diabetes or hypertension, and so on, then we sort of lose focus. So when we talk about at what point does a person think or a couple think that they need surrogacy, is where the lady is unable to carry a baby. Whether the uterus, is completely distorted, whether she's had several miscarriages, whether there's an immune problem, immune system problem, she's had serious surgeries or injuries, or maybe sometimes she's handicapped and she may not be able to carry that baby, properly. So then we consider surrogacy. Now, when we talk about surrogacy, again, we need to expand it a little bit. The surrogacy that I talked about in the Bible, that is so-called, we can actually label it traditional surrogacy.
Or arranged
surrogacy.
Yes.
Whereby you go and have babies, and these babies will belong to me, albeit the fact that I'm not the one who carried them.
Yes.
And then now there is a gestational or medical surrogacy, whereby we know you have a challenge, this couple has a challenge, this lady has a challenge. So we walk her through the process of infertility treatment. We give her medications, injections, for about 10 to 14 days. She produces a large number of eggs. We take her to theater. We harvest the eggs, or we collect the eggs.
Okay.
And then you, as the husband or the partner, you give us the sperm, and then we create a baby. We create an embryo, which is the beginning of a baby. Now, two things.
So those are the ones we call test tube babies.
Test tube babies.
Yeah, because I think quote in quote. Those are the ones we used to call test tube babies.
Test tube, because the first one, the very first baby, 1978, was actually born in that way. That's where the IVF came from, in vitro fertilization, where they got the eggs from the lady, they got the sperms from the gentleman, they put them together.
Okay.
And then basically it was mimicking what happens in the body, but now it's in the lab. That is why it's called in vitro fertilization. And then once it had developed to around after 3, 4, 5 days of after fertilization, they took that embryo, the beginning of a baby, and transferred it into the patient, and ended up delivering. So we take this couple through this process. We create the embryos, and then most of the time we freeze them, because you may get the surrogate is not ready to receive the embryos. So once we get now the surrogate, we go through a process, a protocol called frozen embryo transfer protocol. What does that mean? It means that when the surrogate comes, we prepare her, because ni kama mtu amefreeze nyama, for example. You can't just take the meat and then serve it to visitors. You have to prepare it, sow it, etc. So it's the same thing. We prepare the ground for the surrogate, and once she's ready, of course we do this through medications and so on. Once she's ready, we take the embryos which are frozen, we thaw them, and then once they're ready, we transfer them into this the surrogate now. We give her medications, and after 2 weeks, she comes and we check whether mimba imeshika. Once we have ascertained that her pregnancy is there, then of course she starts now the whole process of antenatal care, and then we deliver the baby, at term,
Okay.
Now, it is a challenge, sort of, where we are talking about surrogacy in Kenya. It is not a regulated thing, unfortunately.
I was going to ask that about regulation. Yes.
And I think sometime last year, I think November, December, Honorable Millie Adhiambo went to Parliament with an ART, they call the ART bill. And
she is a surrogate mother herself?
No, she's not. I think she has...
she has gotten a child through the same process?
That one I'm not sure.
Okay.
That one I'm not, but she has been an advocate for these processes, for infertility, basically treatment of infertility through assisted reproductive technologies. And as well as surrogacy. Now, because surrogacy is not regulated in the law, unfortunately, it opens doors for exploitation by some people. And we have had cases, we hear cases, the news, the internet, and so on, of ladies being exploited, which obviously is not a good thing. Now, ideally, what should happen is that the surrogate, number one, should be a healthy person, should be a healthy lady, should be within a certain age. Usually we take around 25,
In fact,
35.
I was going to ask, what do you look out for when you're looking for a surrogate mother?
Yes.
And under whose responsibility is it? Is it to you as a guy, or is it to me, who is a parent who wants to give birth to a child? The same way we have ladies who basically go to sperm banks to conceive. They'll always say, I want a person who looks like this, who's like this, their character is this, their level of
education,
IQ, education is this much. So is it the same when it comes to mothers?
No. Here, basically, what we need is a healthy lady, number one, who has delivered at least once.
Yes.
Age is also very important because we don't take very young ladies, even though a teenage can deliver from around 13, 14, 15, she can deliver. So we can't take a teenager because, number one, she's not mature enough to make some decisions on her own, legally and otherwise. And of course, mature ladies who are, let's say, over 40, 45 and so on, we also don't consider them. Why? Because in the extremes of ages, when these ladies carry babies, they have a tendency of having other obstetric issues, like, for example, high blood pressure in pregnancy, what we call preeclampsia. They have a tendency of having gestational diabetes and so on. So we want to take ladies who are in between, 25, 30, and so on. That is number two. Number three, of course, she has to be of sound mind, and she has to know exactly what she's getting into, of her own will, because here there is no coercion. And then, of course, number four, she has to sign a contract that I have decided this is what I'm doing. I understand what I'm doing. And then, of course, there are provisions for her and provisions for the intended, we call them the intended parents or the intended couple, what they can do, what they will provide, and what this surrogate is supposed to adhere to. Now, the surrogate is basically we call, I don't want to use that word, but maybe that is the easiest way. It's just a container, a carrier,
a womb for hire.
Yeah, let's put it that way. A womb for hire, nothing else. So she will sign a contract saying, this is what I'm going to do. I will say, for example, I will not drink alcohol, I will not smoke cigarettes, I will eat healthy, and so on and so forth. These are her obligations. The obligations of the intended couple is that they will foot all her bills. Of course, they will have footed the bill for her to go through the transfer process, the frozen embryo transfer process, and all the other attendant costs, the lab tests, the scans, the consultations.
And what's the cost, even as you're explaining this?
The cost is quite. I may not give you a figure off head, but maybe a ballpark figure. Because let's say, for example, for the frozen embryo transfer, is about, depending on which IVF center one goes to, it can range anywhere from 300 to about 450,000. That is now for the transfer.
I was waiting for shillings. 300. Kwanza, he said it very nicely. 340.
1,000 shillings.
300.
When he started, I even thought shillings. 300 bob.
It is still bob, like
300,000 with a lot of zeros.
Yes. 300 in your beginning. Then kuna
up to 350.
Then unaongeza katika 1,000.
That is,
it's not cheap.
It's not a cheap process. That is now for the transfer.
Yes.
And then now there are the attendant costs, because once the pregnancy has been established, we have to support it. Remember, this is an artificial process.
Yes.
So we have to support it by a lot of medications, and follow-ups and so on. And then, of course, now the normal antenatal care. Ideally, WHO says every woman should have 8 contacts. Sometimes they have a little bit more, because remember, this is a couple which has been trying for X number of years, 11 years, sometimes even more, to have a baby. So they call them precious babies, very precious babies. I mean, all babies are precious, but these ones have a sort of a different dimension.
True, because there's a money aspect to it, and
even apart from the money.
cost perspective. I like the ACT is laughing because hata unajua hata huyu wa nyumbani, as much as you're not seeing those direct, kama nililipa already 350k CT bwana. This is a very precious, costly baby.
Very, and they are costly, just like all babies are costly.
Babies are costly.
Very costly.
At every phase of their lives, they are costly.
They are costly.
Now,
yes.
So
we need her to sign that contract. We need a lawyer to be involved. Actually, a lawyer from the intended couple side and from her side as well. That is why she also has to be at a certain level of knowledgeability, such that she can be able to read and understand, and also discuss with her lawyer about the contract.
Before we move on from there, the contract bit, because earlier on you spoke about there not being any legislation around surrogacy in this country.
Correct.
So even when I bring a lawyer, and we sign this contract, and then somewhere down the line, I get a bond with this child, because I'm the person carrying the child, right, as a mother.
Correct.
And I decide, you know what, really, I feel like I do not want to let this child go. And knowing that you've already said that there is no legislation, so how will you be able to take me to court when there is no law governing surrogacy in the country?
That is actually one of the clauses of the contract, that once you have delivered, you will have no rights whatsoever, whether parental or otherwise. They will have no obligations at all. That your job is basically as a carrier and nothing else. You later on, you will not come back and start saying that this is my baby, I've bonded with her or with him, and so I have a right over this baby. So that is one of the things. Bonding with the baby, whether we like it or not, there will be bonding, because as the baby grows, the baby starts kicking. There are emotions which are involved. So it is inevitable that there will be that connection. But what we try and do is that at delivery, the surrogate does not see the baby, does not have any contact at all with the baby. The baby is given, is kept in hospital until these issues are sorted out. The surrogate is discharged, so they are discharged together with the intended parent. Now, that contract again is very, very important. Apart from putting it down what the rights and obligations are for both parties, that is a legal document. Because again, coming back to your question, because it is not legalized, it is on the basis of that legal document that now the intended parent will go to court with a family lawyer and say, look, we have a baby through surrogacy, and here is a contract which is binding. And then now the family court will give a court order such that now, remember, the mother of the baby is the one who was delivered per Kenyan law. So if the surrogate mother is called Mary, so Mary is the one whose name will be on the birth notification. But now with that, with the contract and the court order, the intended parent now can go to the registrar of persons and actually now have the name of the intended parents to be the intended mother now, because the father will always be there. The intended mother, let's call her Jane. Now Jane is now officially the mother of this baby, and then the baby will get a birth certificate in their names legally.
Well, they will get the names. Siti, unataka kuuliza swali legally. So yes. I also now want to ask something totally different.
Go ahead.
Tumeachana na huyu mama ambaye has signed legal documents and all.
Yes.
We also, and I know you alluded to this a bit earlier, you spoke about illegal surrogacy. because we are seeing a sprouting business in particular parts of this country. And I've seen several documentaries that have been done around the same, where women are being exploited. They are kept in rooms, forced to conceive. They sign contracts, and these babies are taken away from them, but then they never receive their monies, and they have no recourse at all. There's nowhere where they can go, because all they ever did was they spoke to somebody in an agency somewhere that promised them a lot of money, and you're talking about the same amounts of money. You're talking about between 300 to even $1 million, because
it's more. Actually, it's more.
Yes,
it's actually a lot.
So
more.
they get promised a lot of money, but they don't get that money. So where do I go to, and what is the risk of this commercial surrogacy?
First of all, I think the term commercial is interesting, because there are two ways you can actually do surrogacy. There is altruistic surrogacy, where the intended parent gets somebody who will carry the baby for them, purely on friendly basis or family basis or whatever it is. I think I've seen only one case in my experience in this country. Most of the time, it is a two-way. This couple have tried for X number of years to have a baby. It hasn't happened. Mary is ready to help them, but also Mary has needs as well. She needs to take care of her son or whatever, and so on. So that is why that agreement is important. So because in that agreement is written that per month I'll be getting whatever it is to cover my costs, for example my accommodation, my food, and and so on. And then at the end of the course, at the end of the delivery, usually there is a lump sum, quote unquote, a lump sum which they are paid. Now, when we come to this forced surrogacy, we cannot force, believe me, you can't force a woman to carry a baby. It's not possible. Yeah. And even doing the transfer itself, you can't force her for us to do a transfer. So there must have been an agreement in the beginning that this is what we are going to do. And then once we do this, these are the promises, and so on. But most of the time you find that they are scrupulous, people, just like anywhere, in any profession, who will try to take advantage of the situations, and then try and see whether they can, we promised you, let's say 500,000, we give you 300,000, alafu tunaingia mitini, the 200k is gone, which is wrong, and which should be condemned, by all manner possible. Of course, there are avenues which these ladies can follow, so long as they have a document. They have a document. That is why we insist on a document being there, signed, and by lawyers, because now the lawyers can actually act on their behalf, because they have the contacts of these people, so they can act on their behalf. Now, there has been a lot of condemnation, out there, even in some of the documentaries that we've watched, that this is exploitation, so we should stop surrogacy and all that. That is one way of looking at it. For example, if I went to a lawyer and and I paid for a piece of land somewhere, and then the lawyer ended up, conning me of that money. Should we stop all lawyers from working? No, we shouldn't. So we should tighten the way lawyers work, such that there are no loopholes for them to con other people. So I think it's in the same way. This is a service, a serious service for people who have been stigmatized and ostracized by society. So we should help them, but not condemn wholesale and say, you know what, this is exploitative and so on. It may be exploitative in some instances, for sure, but there are very many other instances where it has been very smooth and the intended parents are very happy. Regulation is important. That is why, again, we as a society, Kenyan Obstetrical and Gynecological Society, applaud, Honorable Millie Adhiambo, and I understand now the act now is in the Senate, and I'm sure the senators are going to act on it, so that we have a piece of legislation in place which will regulate, the whole ecosystem of for assisted reproductive technology, and also surrogacy as well. The only thing that I may have one or two, we actually submitted our memorandum to the Senate Committee, Health Committee. There are a few things which we pointed out, because based on the law, on the bill which was passed by Parliament, is that surrogacy is only for Kenyans, which we think is not okay. It's not okay. And my view is you know, 3 days ago, early this week, where the United Nations Secretary General was here, Guterres, and they opened the branch of UN, and they invested huge amounts of money, $300 million. So we are having a lot of foreigners coming to work in Kenya. So if these foreigners come here and say, look, we want to have a baby, and we know these services are available, should we say no? Because they are foreigners? No. We Kenyans go for health services in other countries. We go to South Africa, we go to India, we go to Germany, and so on. They can't go and say you can't receive these services because of your nationality and your nationality and so on. So I think that is one of the weaknesses which we pointed out. It is a service, and it is a health service. It is not a business. It is a health service.
It is a health service, not a business. Now, CT, I know you're wondering why I'm not in a hurry to finish with Daktari. We've been told we have him for another 15 minutes. So I've been seeing you holding the mic, then letting go. Holding the mic, then letting go.
Let me explain so that you understand my body language. When I move forward, that's when I want to say something. Yes. If I'm just fidgeting on the chair, looking sideways and stroking my beard, then I'm simply absorbing. So now I've moved forward.
I've been seeing you moving forward, moving back. Hizo maswali nataka kuuliza.
You know the my mind went to the world of research.
Yes.
And whether it is there has been sufficient research conducted on the causes of infertility.
It's 8 o'clock.
Sorry, we had to have that time.
Kukumbusha tu.
Nakukumbusha tu. Ni saa.
The causes of infertility are by and large well known, most of them at least. They can be. There's a question you asked right at the beginning about proportions, because most of the time it's women who bear the brunt of infertility. Why? Simply because they are the ones who manifest the hard work that has been going on behind closed doors.
True.
Yes.
See, you are a natural scientist. I'm a social scientist.
Yes.
So this is how I think.
Yes.
The role of the male perspective and the dominance of it allows for the situation where women are blamed for infertility to obtain.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's number one.
Yes.
Number two, a lot of the research we refer to were not conducted on this continent or in this country.
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I'd be interested to know whether there's any.
Yes, some research has been conducted in this country. The effects of alcohol on fertility, the substances that are mind-altering. We've done some. But the ones which relate to certain cultural practices that we have, the things that we do with ourselves, activities, sports, we haven't done enough of those for us to actually consider this. Why I'm asking, because when we are talking about an eventuality, and I'm thinking of the cause.
Yes.
Because if you can deal with the cause, then the eventuality will be diminished. It's the same thing with healthcare and the public health part of it, which is the preventative part.
Yes.
If you focus on that, some of the problems that then later now require medication and so forth will be reduced significantly. That's why I asked that question.
And a very important question for that matter.
Yes. Yes, we have done research and we are still continuing, in that vein. Some of the causes which actually are preventable are, for example, sexually transmitted infections.
Yes.
We start, I think I read somewhere, there was a lady on I can't remember which show, who used to encourage ladies to have as many body counts as possible. which is wrong from from a
naturally,
health perspective.
Naturally, and the law of nature, according to Sami Moraya and CT, naturally women are not supposed to have many partners.
You know, here I've actually been corralled into a point of view without my consent.
Okay, let her your contract to weke kidole.
No, but the point you make is a valid one. Again, when I hear of instances like that, I always ask the why question. What's happening for this person to come out strongly with this view that they seem to be willing to just express willy-nilly? You know, these natural scientists are empirical. By the time somebody is talking and you ask him the question, he'll have evidence to support what he's saying. It's definitely how they work. In the absence of that, this business cannot actually be conducted.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now,
You are on the other side.
Unfortunately, how you think, feel, the wind direction, all that counts for me.
Yes.
But children and the role children play in our lives as human beings, and then significantly as Africans, makes it imperative that some of these questions be asked and answered. We do not view childbearing in the same way that our relatives and cousins in the West do. It's very different.
We don't. No, we don't. Absolutely.
Dr. You're talking about body count, and I wanted to hear where this conversation is going.
Count.
I'm sorry I cut you short.
Because body count, the thing is this, it's more of gentlemen who say my body count is X, Y, or whatever it is. And apparently this lady, was ladies enjoy, and then later on you can choose, whichever you decided. Now the fallacy of this is that, of course, you will enjoy, and you'll have, as large a body count as you want. Or you may have decided, no, I don't want any body count. But your partner can be, doing exactly what he or she is doing. And then now they bring all these other things.
Yes.
So they'll bring, for example, infections like chlamydia. And chlamydia is horrible because it basically has no symptoms at all. So we see patients who have tried to have babies, 5 years, 7 years, and whatever it is. And then when we take them to theater, we do what is called laparoscopy, meaning we put a camera through the belly button, and then we have a look, and there are signs which are typical of chlamydia. You find the tubes are sort of stuck to the what we call the pelvic side walls, and we find the what we call adhesions around the liver, and so on. And the ladies don't have any symptoms at all. The men as well also don't have any symptoms at all.
Interesting.
So it will affect the men, it will affect the women. For the ladies, of course, if the tubes are not working, there is no way she's going to have a baby, because those tubes are actually moving all the time, and especially around the time of ovulation, they are more active, because, and again, Mungu alituumba, because the body knows which side ovulation is taking place from. So when this lady has intercourse with the gentleman, when the sperms now start swimming, as you kufika inside the womb, and then they decide, guys, twende left ama twende right. They're actually directed by the uterine contractions.
So how does ectopic pregnancies occur?
Thank you. A very good question. Now, the STIs that we talked about, sexually transmitted infections, will later on lead to what we call pelvic inflammatory disease. And this is where the tubes now are stuck, for example, and they cannot move. Because what happens is the tube actually picks the egg once ovulation has occurred, and then because of its movements, wave-like movements, it pushes the egg inside the tube. At the same time, when there is intercourse, the sperm will move so that they meet the egg at a particular point in the tube. Now, ectopic pregnancies occur when that tube is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It is stuck. So the egg has been picked, all right, and the sperm have swum, and one of them has fertilized that egg. After fertilization, remember that wave-like movement is supposed to push the embryo now into the uterus, where it's supposed to implant, and as I said, a baby starts growing. Because of that lack of that wave-like movement, that embryo grows, and it will find a spot somewhere where it will implant and start growing there. Basically attach usually to a vessel, and it start growing, because it needs oxygen, it needs nutrition, and so on. So it attaches onto a vessel and starts growing. It will grow, only that vessel is not adequate for its growth.
That vessel was not manufactured for that purpose.
Exactly.
It was manufactured for what
something
purpose?
else.
Different purpose.
Which is what?
For something else. So you end up actually now having an ectopic pregnancy. And by the way, it is a big problem.
It's a painful
a very, very big problem, because we see these patients in KNH where I work. There is a ward there where called 1D, and there we see patients who've had 1, 2, sometimes 3, or even 4 ectopic pregnancies, unfortunately. So that is a challenge. So that STI, sexually transmitted infections, is a challenge. Is one of the reasons. Actually, is one of the biggest reasons for infertility, because you find the tubes are either blocked, or they are stuck to the pelvic side walls, or they have fluid in them, and this causes infertility, especially in younger ladies in the 20s, early 30s, and so on. We have issues with fibroids, which I mentioned, which are growths in the womb, and 30 to 60% of women of African origin, irrespective of where they are, whether it's in Kenya, US, or whatever it is, they will have fibroids in their lifetime, especially in the reproductive period. And then the other thing is that our women will have bigger fibroids in terms of size. I've removed a 7 kilo fibroid.
Wow.
Yes.
7 kgs.
7 kgs. Even though in literature, I read a paper where somebody had removed a 40 kilogram fibroid. Yes.
But that sounds
So inakaa
kwa tumbo. You can't imagine how our bodies, sort of adapt to whatever is there. 40 kilos.
Because I can imagine hata mtoto, the child you carry in the womb, hata akipitisha kilo mingi na afiki kilo 5.
Kuna wale anafika 5, but that one is a challenge. It's a very small, and that is also pathology. We also don't want them to go that big, because now delivery becomes a problem, or you may find
so
that
you have a fibroid that is 7 kgs.
7 kgs.
Mimi nafikiria ile 40.
Yeah, 40.
And I'm trying to figure iko wapi hiyo kitu.
Basically ukienda kwa ratili vile alitolewa huo mama
alikuja na 40.
Na 50% kilo zako zimeenda. Alafu unasema weight loss program very fast. Kumbe ni
yes. So you may have also what we call hormonal imbalance, where some of the hormones are not working the way they are supposed to be working.
Yes.
Lack of sex is also a problem. You mentioned, after wedding, we want to have these babies, and then you find that sometimes in our I don't like using that term in our setting, but unfortunately that's the way it is. You haven't put on weight, kwani mzee anakufungia fridge ama namna gani? And then the mzee also does not have a kitambi. So what is happening? So when mzee has a kitambi na mama pia yuko sawa, having intercourse becomes a challenge. Kwa sababu gani? Ni kama you have a pillow in front, 2 pillows in front.
It's ping pong. The 2 balloons ballooning off each other.
And you're not getting where you're
I'm interested in the sex is a problem. So
lack of.
Nataka tutuka hapo kidogo.
And I knew CT was going to stick there. I was going to ask the same question and say I'm asking for CT. It's good he has asked for himself.
On your behalf.
No, he's asked for himself.
So I mean, lack of sex can be because of different things. It can be because wanasema size doesn't matter for the ladies. We don't go into that. But when it comes to fertility, actually size doesn't matter. So long as the sperm are able to get where they're supposed to get, the other things now are secondary per se. But of course, satisfaction is also important for the lady. So maybe sometimes the size will matter in that sense. Now, libido can be a challenge. And libido can be because of low libido can be because of very many different things. Stress, especially for us men, stress is a very, very big problem. You can't be told come and perform, and you perform. If you have challenges with the boss at work, you're looking at Mujengo is not going the way it's going, and
your mental health
is also a challenge. So you may not be able to rise to the occasion, as it were. as well as there are some things which we use which can also inhibit our performance. For example, drugs that we use. There are some drugs, for example, kuna watu wanatafuna mogoka, mira as well. Hard drugs will also inhibit our performance. Pombe is also another thing, but it's not cause effect per se. But you see, the more you imbibe and the more you become well, which word should I use? Unajisikia vizuri.
Unaona hatutaki kukusaidia.
So unafika mahali performance is actually inverse to the amount of alcohol that you've taken. You don't rise to the occasion because you are completely sloshed, so you may not rise up to the occasion. That's number one. Number two, when we have imbibed so much alcohol, it reaches a place whereby everybody is beautiful. Everybody is cute in that bar or whatever.
So you end up, everyone is beautiful after.
Yes, 3 a.m. Essentially, you've been disinhibited.
Absolutely. Yes. So you end up having, having intercourse with the people of questionable. You don't know where they are, who they are. So the chances of you having infections is very, very high. And this down the road will also affect you in that those infections will block the tubes, because they're what we call the tubes where sperms pass through. They will block them. So of course you will have an ejaculate, but there'll be no sperm because of that. And then age also.
I'm still at the point. Yes. I still want to come back to City's question.
Yes.
Because I'm yet to hear how lack of sex affects your fertility.
How lack of sex?
Yes.
Now,
because you said lack of sex affects fertility or leads to infertility.
Okay, not leads to infertility, but will
in some cases.
In some cases.
Yes.
Why? Because if you're going to be, basically the definition of infertility is a couple who are in a relationship, doesn't matter, and it has to be a heterosexual couple, and they have intercourse 2 to 3 times a week, and a year has passed. Sorry?
2 to 3
times a week. Sio mingi?
Hiyo ndio normal.
Hiyo ni average.
Ni kama dozi ya umeambiwa kama nani daktari amesema
2 or 3 times a day.
2 or 3 times a week.
A week per day.
A day. City.
They recommended, and this is recommended by daktari.
So 2 to 3 times a week, and a year has passed, and there is no conception, there is no baby. So when we have intercourse less, fewer times than that 2 to 3 times, the chances of having a baby will be less. And say, for example, now the economic times are hard in Leona diesel imenda June. So you find guys will emigrate to other places. You go, for financial reasons. So you go and stay there. You come back for holiday. You are here for maybe 2 weeks, and that time your wife is not in that space where she can actually get pregnant. So you come, munafanya kazi yenu, but it doesn't work. You come, munafanya kazi yenu 2 years, 3 years. So in that sense, lack of intercourse can lead to infertility.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, because I was kind of questioning. I thought the whole fertility issue is about the number of times you are in action, but now you're talking about inaction can actually lead to infertility in the long run, and I think that is something that has come out really well.
Yes.
Now, Daktari, I want to go back, and I know you spoke about there not being, you not really seeing the commercial aspect of surrogacy. However, like I told you earlier, and I'm going to cite a case here. There's a newspaper excerpt that has been shared with me by Edna, and it talks about an abandoned woman who was tricked into a 35,000 shillings monthly payment as a surrogate mother, and where she was convinced that she was going to earn this money per month. And then at the end, when she gave birth, she was supposed to earn a lump sum. And this was around 300,000 shillings that she was supposed to get at the end of it. And this child was not even, and I know you've spoken about the current bill that is in Senate, basically talking about surrogacy in Kenya for Kenyans. But when it comes to these agencies that are convincing young mothers to become surrogate mothers, most of them are not doing it for Kenyans. They are doing it for people from other nations. So again, just looking at this particular aspect, one, what are the risks? What are the dangers? And even when it is medically assisted, like you've rightfully put it, what are some of the risks that come with surrogacy, even in a setup where it is very well managed within a medical facility?
Thank you. I think that is a very important question. Of course, in any procedure, there are going to be risks, which we have to be alive to. And some of the risks are, for example, we do that transfer and the lady gets an ectopic pregnancy, for example. So who takes care of her bills in the hospital and so on? The lady ends up carrying twins, for example, even sometimes triplets. So it is not what we expected.
It was never in the contract.
But it is here. What do we do? In some countries, actually, in the so-called developed countries, what they do, they will do what is called selective termination. Meaning the doctor will decide this heartbeat, hii tunaweza kutoa, we remain with one, and then that one is the one which continues. But then there is also
what
a risk.
happens in this particular case where generally you have the 3 heartbeats, and like you remember when you were having that conversation about a bond. Simwachie huyu mama wengine ajilele ama what happens?
Lakini sio wake. Amebeba tu. Amebeba.
Kazi yake ilikuwa ni chombo, like you say, ni chombo, a vessel.
It's just a vessel. So this should actually be very clearly be stipulated in that contract. If, for example, for whatever reason, because sometimes it can happen even under normal circumstances, you find that the baby has malformations. What happens then? Because here you've signed an agreement that you're going to carry a baby, and now
a healthy
baby, and this now has happened. And of course, the issue is not with the carrier, because the carrier is just a carrier. So the problem is with the embryos. So bring in the issue of aborting this baby, whereby under Kenyan law it is allowed. I think Article 46 or 26, I can't remember, where the health of the baby or the mother. So if there are malformations which are not compatible with life, even after delivery, then that can also be considered. Then there are issues of when this patient goes to hospital, when this surrogate goes to hospital. And she complicates, because she can complicate. Anything can happen in hospital. She has, for example, deep vein thrombosis, or she has whatever it is. She has sepsis or whatever it is. What happens? What happens if this surrogate decides, you know what, we have divorced, so we don't want this baby? So all that must be stipulated in there, because I think in the act itself, Honorable Millie, sort of took this and said, you can't do this. This is not this, and so on. And some of the government agencies, can come in. If, for example, a mistake has happened, because sometimes mistakes do happen. We read about this in the newspapers and even online, whereby you find that this surrogate is actually not carrying the intended couple's baby. There was a mistake in the lab, and he was given a different embryo, a different baby. So what happens? What happens to this? These are some of the risks. These are the clinical risks that we have to consider. And then, of course, there are those quote-unquote commercial risks. I was promised 35k, I'm being given 15k. I was promised I was going to be paid 300k, I've been given 100k, and so on.
Where do I go?
Where do you go? That is why regulation is important. Very, very important. For example, you can't just wake up and open a radio station just like this. Why? Because there's regulation. There are, certain things which you have to meet.
Yes.
There's a license which you have to pay for. And if we go beyond, some certain guardrails, a commission will come in and say, you know what, here you've gone out, then you'll be punished. So these agencies also should be regulated. They have to come under. They have to come in under the law, and that one has been taken care of here. And actually, I think that was one of our submissions in our memorandum. That the agencies must be regulated. They must be brought under regulation. There is a committee which was suggested by Honorable Millie Adhiambo. So that committee should be under the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council. Should be one of the subcommittees, which will now actually act like the eyes and the ears of the board of the council to actually look into all these issues. So they must be regulated. There have to be conditions which have to be met. If you don't meet these conditions, then of course automatically you cannot be an agency.
Something that occurs to me to ask. When you look at this surrogate mother,
yes,
and you examine them, you talk about the physical examination, mental, family history, because pregnancy brings a serious upheaval.
Absolutely.
In the body, the mind, the wherewithal of this particular individual.
Yes. That has also been taken care of in the bill, because you talk about psychologist support. And these ladies, usually, where I used to work in the UK, we used to have a psychologist report which comes before you even start doing anything, where she is, a psychologist goes through the whole process with her, informs her what to expect. This baby is not going to be yours. The baby is going to grow in your body, and there will be a bond, and so on. And then after that, you've delivered, you don't see this baby, and there's that emptiness. So she will feel lost, etc. Her expectations about having a baby, and so on and so forth. So that is also very, very important, and it is one of the things which are mandatory according to the bill, which should be mandatory before we start the process, and not only just before, but also afterwards. That is also important. The family history is also very important, because if you have a family history of, let's say diabetes, or you have a family history of hypertension, there is a tendency of these to appear again when you are pregnant, and you are carrying somebody else's baby. So that is why it is very important right at the beginning to take a very, very good history and see what are the risks. If she undergoes this process, is there a chance that she may, what is in her family can actually come up and may be actually a threat to that baby that she's carrying. So if there is anything like that, we try and remove these surrogates from there.
Well, Daktari, thank you very much for your time and the conversations around surrogacy, and a lot of lessons learned. And CT, in the morning you were telling me there are lessons that we learn here, and I've been seeing you writing notes. I have also, I'm going to rewatch this interview because there are so many things that I've learned along the way as well. So, Daktari, thank you very much, and also for giving us an extra 25 or so minutes. We totally appreciate you for that. And I still feel we've not really exhausted this topic, but for today I think we'll leave it at that. We say asante sana and enjoy your weekend.
Asante. Asante sana.
Siti, kuna kitu tulikuwa nataka kuambia daktari akichomoka ama
yes,
bado nataka kurudia ile maneno
no, ile nimeacha. The 3 times a day nilisikia.
2 or 3 times a day. Anyway, we have to let Daktari go so that we can welcome our next guest, who's Dr. Abiola Salami, who's a performance strategist and founder of TPP Africa.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Andenga Odinga. Football Kenya Federation Technical Director Francis Kimanzi has hailed the federation's efforts, revealing that up to now, FKF has trained and fully equipped 90 football scouts countrywide.
First thing, when you organize a tournament like this, then the next thing you need people who are trained and they have uniformity to identify. And that will be the biggest role that the federation will play in this part, that the scouts that have already been trained, they are 19 numbers, so they are covering a lot.
Kimanzi was speaking following the Chapadimba Youth Tournament that was launched last week in Kisumu, urging more sponsors to step up in developing youth football in Kenya. The Kenya national weightlifting team has got one medal courtesy of Mercy Kerubo during the ongoing Africa Senior Weightlifting Championships in the city of Ismailia in Egypt. Kerubo got a bronze medal in the women's 63 category. Chelsea's interim coach Callum McFarlane yesterday evening openly disagreed with English journalists over the criticism of his star player Cole Palmer.
I haven't said he's not at his top level. You're suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that. I think he's had some really good games for us this year. He's had a lot of injuries that he's had to deal with. I was really pleased with Cole on Saturday. I thought he had moments where he showed his level and his quality. So really hopeful that Cole can produce that from now to the end of the season. He's a top player and he's proved that many times.
With 2 weeks left on the regular season, Chelsea, who are 9th place, will play relegation strugglers Tottenham Hotspur on Tuesday next week. It is a must-win match for Chelsea if they have to qualify for Europe, and also a must-win match for Spurs if they want to remain in the Premier League. And that's your sports. Amandenga wa Odinga.
Sports on Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Oh yes, you're listening to the home of hard truths and bold insights right here on Radio Generation 88.8 in Nairobi, 89.5 in Garissa, and 90.7 in Mombasa. And for those of you who of course are tuning in via our socials, you can do that via our YouTube channel, you can do that via Twitch, we are on X, we are on Instagram. You'll always find a live link there. It is on Radio Gen KE. And for those of you who love Facebook, you can find us on Radio Generation Kenya. Now, we've just been joined by our second guest of the day, and that is Dr. Abiola Salami, who's a performance strategist and founder TPP Africa. And Dr. Abiola is here to basically discuss leadership at a crossroad and how to lead effectively under pressure. And I think it's always important for us to hear what CT's insights are on the same, and especially leading under pressure. How do you lead under pressure? Because I've noticed a lot of leaders, when they're under pressure, they tend to start threatening people as opposed to coming up with strategic ways to do things.
Leadership by its very nature, believe me, is pressure packed.
Exactly.
Yes. And not because you want it to be pressure packed, but because the role demands that people come to you for. And I'm putting it simply. You relate to people with more frequency than other people. And when people come to you, they come with their problems. So you will be dealing with a lot of pressure. It's not that complicated.
You will be dealing with a lot of pressure.
Plenty. Yes.
And you have to be able to withstand the pressure.
First of all, in an African setting, with family ties and connections, and then the role that leaders are, the carryover of what you call traditional leadership roles into modern society, that comes with a completely full basket of pressure. Yes.
A full basket of pressure.
Because balancing the two, you're balancing what it is that is your lived experience in this modern times, and you're balancing it with what is cultural, and you're balancing, it's a serious juggling act. See, we as Africans deal with issues. When you go to the West, they have systems that deal with most issues that people have. We are different.
Systems.
Yes.
You see, our biggest problem,
the
first of all,
systems
is
deal with you.
we don't have systems. Do we even have those
Oh,
systems?
yes, we do.
Which ones?
Well, which ones don't you think we have? We have systems for everything as Africans, believe me. Yes. And there's that constant push and pull with what we call modern society. The push and pull is because of what you call the system, or what some people consider lack of it. Remember, the Western narrative about Africans and what we are is not what we are.
It is not what we are.
No, it is not what we are.
Let's hear from Dr. Abiola Salami. First of all, welcome very much to our studios.
Thank you. Good morning, CT.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kenya. Good morning, my brother.
Yeah.
It's great to be here. And I just felt like continuing to listen to him. Not saying anything, just that I should continue to speak.
You know, he does not get paid to advise us. He gets paid to ask you questions about strategy and performance.
Now that's the whole point about being an African. There's always the added bit which has no cost to it. Yes, it's just what we do. Yes,
it comes voluntarily.
Yeah, we don't quantify everything that we do. You don't put a cost to it. You don't even think it's a service. It's just something you do because of who you are.
Yes. Something you do because of who you are. Dr. Abiola, now the first question that will come in is we've had this big African summit that brought in 30 presidents to Nairobi, and most of them left yesterday. There are some that are leaving today. And the question to you, even as we look at leadership at a crossroads and how to lead effectively under pressure, the first question that I might ask is right now we are seeing a lot of realignment in terms of leadership in Africa. What exactly is happening, and what should the expectations of Africans be as far as leadership is concerned?
Great question. Great and powerful question.
Thank you.
It's good that we're having conversations on integration, conversations on alignment. Even with what we do in the Peak Performer Africa, I continue to share with our team on how we're integrating West and Eastern Africa. Right, I'm from Nigeria, I'm from West Africa, and I'm right here in East Africa. And so it's great that at the level of national leadership, there are conversations on this integration. It's great that as well, some of us who run institutions, we're looking at that integration. It's a great thing to think of. And it's a great thing to do. Where we should pay attention to is about the implementation. You see, strategy is not always the problem. Declaration is not always the problem. There was Nairobi declaration this week as a result of that. There's been many declarations in times past. So declaration, coming together, talking about it, strategizing, designing the strategy, writing it down, having it on PowerPoint decks, presenting it, and everybody's excited. Charters in offices, pasting on the walls. It's good. But it's about us concentrating on sustainable, disciplined operational execution. Sustainable, disciplined operational execution. Because if we don't do that, this will just be another tick box activity. Just be another thing that gets us inspired and motivated and excited, and then we can't substantiate it with anything. So the question I would ask is, so now that we have come together to have this conversation, who is monitoring the execution?
And that's a very good question.
Yes, who is monitoring the execution? Number two, how do we measure success? Right? How do we measure success? Number three, who's communicating this updates with us? Who will tell us that, okay, in May we had this meeting in Nairobi declaration. Now this is September.
These promises were made.
Yes. These are the things we agreed to do. Now we're in September. This is how far we've come. Now, it's not an expectation of miracle, right? Because one of the things that brings pressure as well is expectations. And many times we have unrealistic expectations. So it's not unrealistic expectation. It's just to see what is moving, what is changing. And I think that what will make the investments, because a lot of money was spent by all these countries that came together.
Billions.
Yes. Then a lot of people were also experienced discomfort, especially in Kenya, in Nairobi. Roads were short, all of those things.
Communication was a problem.
Yes. What will make that thing, what will make this investment and this sacrifice make sense is if we see some improvement in some 5 areas. One is policy.
Yes.
If we see that, okay, due to this meeting, that everybody came together. So there's a policy change about something, about trade, about education, about the tax system, about transport system, about shipping, about something, right? For improvement. The second one is that there's change in leadership behavior. And by change, I'm saying improvement in leadership behavior. And so maybe for the generality, I think that politicians only use propaganda. Yes, they're not delivering what they meant to deliver, but they come to the media and they say a lot of things without saying anything. But we're seeing that that is changing. Or that we're seeing that politicians are empathizing more. Or we're seeing that we're seeing the result of leadership, not because the leader is saying it, but people can feel it, changing leadership behavior.
But Dr. Abiola,
yes,
my question to you would be,
yeah,
you know, there's reality and there is the actuality.
Yes.
Because right now, and CT, I'm going to ask you this question because are you seeing any changes in terms of our leadership? Because I like what the doctor, the good doctor, has said, because we are still seeing a lot of unfulfilled promises. And you're right.
I do
actually
do see changes. You know, the thing is, because of promises made, and Dr. Abiola is right, the promises or the expectations,
the propaganda,
the expectations mirror the promises. And it's in the disappointment when these promises or the expectations are not fulfilled that you see being manifest, so that the lenses through which we look at everything, including the leadership, is already dark. So even when there's something that you could take note of, you will look for the worst possible interpretation of it. I have never heard of any leader on this continent, not that it hasn't happened, I haven't heard. Let me talk about Kenya. I've never heard of a Kenyan president talking to another president and saying, we are not looking for aid, we are looking for co-investments. I have never heard.
Maybe the good doctor has seen.
No, I'm glad he has laughed. Why I'm glad he has laughed? He's actually exemplifying what I was saying.
Exactly.
When you have had promises made and many of them have not been fulfilled, you then have these lenses through which you look at the leader and then you have the ears through which you hear what they say. And when they say something, they say, oh, that again. But you see, I'm contextualizing it within an international setup where I've never had that conversation before. And again, with what we've had, and given that France was here, the discussion about the colonial France and its role and the times in which we live in. I'm not going to go into the history, but I have to ask the question, if there are vestiges of colonialism in a country 60 years plus with independence, if the country can't free itself from the shackles of colonialism, who's to blame?
That's a good question.
That's what I'm
How
asking.
about you, doctor?
Yes.
Who's to blame?
Yes, if you want to go take the route of blame, who do you blame?
What we continually do on this continent that is not fair to us is many years after colonial rule, we still talk about the colonialists.
Yes.
And it's worse for francophone countries.
Much worse.
Yes, it's worse. But what you continue to find, even when we go back in history, we even the one that predates colonialism, slavery, for example. How was slavery done? Someone comes to your community, presents you an offer, tells you that if you can give them your brothers and your sisters, that they will give you
X amount of money.
X. No, it wasn't money yet.
It was barter trade or something.
Barter, yes. Somebody said that they used mirror. Somebody said they used, some other goods. And once the person promises you that, you do the exchange. You facilitate how they will move your people, your brothers, your sisters. Yeah, they may not be your family members, but they look like you, they talk like you, they sound like you. They move them out. Meaning that no thief on the outside can operate without the collaboration of the thief
of an insider
on the inside. And while the world moved away from slavery and moved into colonialism, and now moved into neo-colonialism, because that is where
which is where we are now.
Yeah, which is where we are now. The constant still remains that there are specific agencies who collaborate with those on the outside, and that collaboration is for the benefit of these agents and these agencies, and to plummet the country at the disadvantage of the citizens. So as people continue to think that our problem are colonialists, we continue to see that our problems are not colonialists, that our problems are ourselves. Case in point.
Well done. In fact, you remember when I asked you the question whether we are seeing any changes. I like what he's just said, Dr. The problem is ourselves.
Yes.
Kindly elaborate.
Case in point.
Yes.
It's good that a gentleman who's a president of a country thought he had an initiative, and then he thought of gathering the presidents of a continent together. I find that quite interesting. You know, whether it's about his age, we want to look at, is far younger than many of them. Whether it's about his level of exposure, we want to look at. Most of them are far more exposed than him. The only difference is the color of his skin and the jurisdiction of the jurisdiction is leading. And if we want to appraise it based on, you know, again, say, okay, it's not about the age, not about the skin, maybe based on the level of performance, the kind of value the individual has brought to the world. I mean, I will listen to a 17-year-old who has brought a lot of value to the world than an 80-year-old who hasn't anyway. But even if you want to measure it by value, there are cases and stories of in countries of West Africa, you know, and so we don't actually have like a proof of concept, you know, of the value that you have brought to the continent. Then, of course, you brought everybody together. Again, it's still our problem, because why will someone who has not really added value to the continent be the one galvanizing everyone together to say Africa forward?
Actually, I think I like that question, and I love the fact that CT is laughing.
I'm just thinking, I don't know. I don't know the solution. I'm just asking.
No, I am laughing because you are speaking truth to the subject. You see, I would append a question to what he has said and ask, so why do all these African leaders then troop to Kenya?
30 of them. 30 of them.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, all of them. Why do they then troop? Are we saying they don't know what they're doing? Are you saying they do not understand what is in their interest? Why? It's the same African leaders who will troop to a China summit for Africa.
True, Russia summit.
Yes, these issues of summits was begun by the Japanese. TICAD, the Tokyo Initiative for African Development, etc., etc. Now everybody has a summit for Africa.
Yes.
Okay.
Apart from Africans themselves, do Africans have their own summit?
We call it
AU.
Do you know, I discovered that there's another one going on right now in Kigali,
Yes.
Africa CEO Forum. I was meant to be there.
Yes.
I was just interested, and I started researching to discover that the founder of the Africa CEO Forum is a French national of Arabian descent. You know, yes, he collaborated with the president of Rwanda to host it, and he's done that many years. And I'm wondering, I mean, I'm not saying that you have to be part of a demography to create value for the demography.
No, you don't.
That's
have
what
to.
I'm saying. And I can even put case in point. One of the things I do is creating intervention for women in leadership. I have 7 book titles. 3 of my books are dedicated to that. I'm a man, and I'm not confused about my gender. So I'm not in that demography, but I'm providing intervention for the demography. But it is intervention, not a means to an end, not a smoke screen.
It's a contribution to that
It's
process.
a contribution,
Yes.
right? A contribution validated that everybody see that this is exactly what's going on. So, but I continue to wonder that, okay, it's not just that you're not part of the demography, it's that the agenda and the goal in the first place, we're not necessarily seeing anything moving the needle apart from everybody just coming together. Because talk is cheap, anybody can talk. It's about what's the difference. I mean, I'm a performance strategist, and so if we're having conversation about doing anything, I'm measuring performance.
You're looking at outcomes.
Exactly.
Yes.
I'm asking, okay, when based on these inputs, what will be the output that is visible, that is measurable, that people can see, feel, and touch? I'm asking, okay, you're saying Africa Forward. How does this impact the guy? Is it Matutu? Is that what it's called?
Matatu.
No, Matatu.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. How does it? That guy, that is riding the Matatu. How does it thing? How does it touch him? Does it now mean, based on the conversation we're having, then maybe you deduct 2 Kenyan shillings from fuel price per liter? Or does it now mean with that is matatu will be cheaper to buy? I mean, I'm just asking.
Or even
I don't
my
know.
fare.
Oh yeah. Or does it mean they will reduce the fare? Does it mean more young people? And when I say more young people, not just people that are close to the authority. I mean, the son of nobody and the daughter of nobody in Kenya. Does it mean more young people will now have access to, access to job opportunities, access to capacity development? I don't know. I'm just asking that if that's the way I would see any intervention that anyone is doing, whether you call it a summit, whether it's holding in Nairobi, whether it's holding in Kigali, wherever it's holding. It's not just what is being said. It's not even just what's been done. It's what's been consistently done.
What is being consistently done. In fact,
Dr. Biola, no, go ahead, please. No, please.
What I wanted to ask is pretty simply, we have seen a failure by successive French governments in Francophone Africa, and we are seeing most of the nations within Francophone Africa literally saying we do not want the hands of the French in our governance. When it comes to our central bank, and I think this is one of the best things that Macron himself did, let me just give him his flowers, was agreeing to bring back the monies, the central bank for these Francophone countries back to Africa. And I know Nigeria was being mooted.
After what happened?
Exactly.
Was it?
It wasn't voluntary. It wasn't voluntary. It wasn't. So actually, thank you.
And he woke up and said, you know what?
I like your reaction because I want you to touch on that particular aspect, because eventually he returned it. We have other presidents that refused. But now the big question would be, why is there now an interest in the rest of Africa by the French, even as you respond to the finance issue that you wanted to react to?
So I must say there are a lot of things I don't know.
Yes.
But from what I see, I just have a number of questions.
Yes.
And so I can't tell you exactly that this is why this person is thinking this way, because I've not had the privilege of sitting with them to ask questions.
Yes.
But based on where I sit, I just analyzing what is going on. It's as a business person, so you are selling this product, and it appears that a particular regional market is closing itself to you. Some people, some influencers in that regional market are saying no to you. They're saying it consistently, they're saying it fiercely, and they are regrouping and saying, you know what, we don't want this product again. But you need to sell your product. And so the normal human, sensible, common sense, you don't need to go to Harvard to pick this up to do, is for you to be looking at another market, and then if you've perfected your game, you're thinking about how to enter, the other markets.
Yes.
So if that example is even too strong, let's use the relationship between a man and a woman. So this gentleman, you are trying to court this girl, you are trying to talk to her. Of course, you were dating before, but now she says she's not interested, and she's made sure that all our friends who know about you as well, that you cannot go to any one of them. So the ladies have now formed a coalition against you. I mean, so what will the gentleman do? He needs to now look at
go outside.
Yes, now look outside those people and say that okay, let me look at. I mean, they are not. These are not the only ladies that exist. These are not the only countries that exist in Africa. Sorry, sorry. These are not the only ladies that exist. So can I beam my light towards
another direction?
Let me go very far away. From where
from Kilimani, where we are right now.
Yes, now you go very far.
We go to Thikaru.
To the other side. Yeah. So there's a part where the sun sets and the part where the sun rises. So let me leave one side, far west, and let me go to far east and seek collaboration and even still bring people together to that place. Let me not go to anywhere close to that place so that it looks like I'm new, I'm fresh, although I'm still the same. And so maybe the ladies there, at least when I gather all of them, at least one will be speaking for me, and let one of them host me and be talking to all the other ladies that this guy is the real deal. He's here so that we can all work together. And let the person that is hosting me also even use the narrative that everybody has been bothered about, that hey, we don't want you to buy us something. We want to work together as partners,
collaborate,
you know, as partners,
co-invest.
I even think there's something fundamentally wrong with that thinking and that statement.
Go ahead. What is wrong with it?
No. So because the moment I am saying to you that I don't want aid, I want collaboration, it shows that I see myself as being at a disadvantage, and I'm warming up myself to you to say that bring me up to your level. Let me say this to you. I was in Harvard, and in my class, we were maybe 10% of us were Africans, right? Most of the other guys, maybe another 10% were from other countries. Most of the other guys are from America. So maybe about another 10 to 15% of that are black Americans. So it means the class was filled with white Americans.
Yes.
I'm from Nigeria. I didn't have the black American experience of racism, you know, and all that. So if I see you as who you are as human being. We can have a conversation. I don't
same skin color.
Yeah, I mean it does. No. Even if you're white, I don't see you as fellow human beings. And I mean our professors will ask questions. Some of us will make great contributions. Some people, you know, who are Americans will not make as much contribution as we're making. After class, we'll gather, we'll have conversations. Some of them are asking for perspectives. Some of them are older, by the way, so not just that they are younger, we're peers. Some of them are older. And as far as I'm concerned, we're all human beings here to learn, to grow. We exchange ideas. You may know something I don't know. I may know something you don't know. But what that experience showed me is the inferiority complex of Africans. When we see a black American, or when you now upgrade it, you see a white person. Now, that white person could be anybody with light skin.
Yes.
You can extend it to Asia, you can extend it
to,
you know.
As long as the skin tone is slightly lighter.
Yeah. And so the orientation of the average African. And that thing doesn't necessarily disappear by your position in Africa, right? What makes it disappear is by your exposure. And that exposure is not because you've traveled to another country. That exposure is actually mental.
Yeah.
It was Bob Marley that said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves
can free
our minds. And it's about that mind. So if I'm sitting across the president of another country, if I am president and sitting across the president of another country, we'll have a conversation as peers, not a subtle superiority, inferiority. If I'm sitting across the CEO of a company, no matter where the person has come from, I am a CEO of a company, we'll have conversation as peers. And this is not arrogance.
Yes.
This is just how it's meant to be. Now, psychologically, when the person on the other side sees how you are talking, how you are thinking, they start feeling superior. And then start thinking you are inferior.
Yes.
It is said by someone that nobody can make you feel inferior without your consent.
Without your own consent, okay.
Without your own consent. And then so these are thoughts. So someone say, okay, this region is not working. Let me explore another. I mean, it's just a business
Dr. Biola,
conversation.
Everything you've said can be summarized with one word: interests. Whether it was slavery, whether it was colonization, whether it is the times we live in, there are countries who were seeking to have relationships, associations that was of interest to them and served their purpose. And they are focused on their purpose. The consequences that we speak of that then later brought independence, that was just something else. But even when they gave up and said, we are giving you independence, they were looking after their interests. Now they're still looking after their interests. How do we look after our interest? You have an AU who have a headquarters that was built by the Chinese. The management and the administration of the AU is sponsored by the EU. So this thing that we have, that we speak of, and so yes, it's where we are. So once we acknowledge where we are, the next step of where we can go to becomes easier. These African presidents who came here, what is it that they said or did that would represent an understanding of what is in their interest? Because the French wanted to come here. They wanted to have this. So for the first time in a very long time, the Africans had these fellows backpedaling. It is them who need to come. We didn't ask them to come. They need to come. So when they need to come, how did we take advantage of this? That is now our interest. How did we ensure that our interest was looked after?
I think that our interest is already being looked after. And I want to go back to what you said, that you said that countries have interest.
Yes.
I don't think countries have interests.
What do you think?
What I think is that individuals, business people have interest, and they use a vehicle, a special purpose vehicle. They can create a commission, or they can work with the country. And so these people who have interests, in the first place, they were part of how whoever is the leader of the country emerges. And then when the person emerges, they keep reminding the person of the person's original KPI, not what the person is telling the citizens. Original KPI, you know, I sponsored your election. And this is anywhere in the world, not just Africa. It's just that some other people have found a way to conceal theirs, well, all thanks to Trump.
Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Can I? Well, sorry, I didn't say that. So, you know, they found a way to conceal theirs. So, it is not necessarily countries that have interest. It is individuals that have interest who use the vehicle of the organization of the country. And so because that is how it's working, those individuals with interests in any country will present their proposal through the country. And not necessarily say Total, but say French, government. And then, of course, they will look for allies in whichever destination country as well, who are also individuals with interests. So, and these individuals with interests should have some level of influence, where in the country where they are going. So they will have the conversations.
Yes.
And what we will see on the media, what everybody would carry, is what sounds like two countries having a conversation. But in the real implementation of that meeting, having used our resources to make us think that this is in the interest of both countries, it's actually always the interest of certain individuals.
I couldn't agree with you more.
So, our interest, have they been noted?
Yes.
Yes. It's just that this hour is not the country. It's not the continent. It's certain individuals.
The narrative about development and the narrative about trade, bilateral and otherwise, has to do with interest. Everything has to do with interest. The individuals we purport to elect and who purport to represent us, at some level, have to demonstrate, even if it's a small modicum of what that representation means, we have to see it. That's why we discuss development projects, roads, etc., being sponsored by so-and-so, etc. But the reason why I talk about interest is because what you've said now leads to the second thing I want to talk about. Are we totally incapable of having an honest discussion about these matters? Because what you say is the truth, but it is not what is provided for our optics. The veneer of a country and the veneer of a state and the representation by elected leaders gives the impression that the interest of the citizens is being taken care of, and we know the truth to be otherwise. So, the capacity, the ability, and the willingness to actually have an honest conversation on this subject matter, is it possible?
If it's about possibility, yes. If it's about reality, no. Because it's still about interests at the end of the day. And unfortunately, what some other people have done, even in as much as they have interest, is to ensure that their interest doesn't underdevelop their own community. That in some way, the interest they have still develops their community.
Provides benefit to their communities.
Yes, provides benefits to their community. But there seems to be something, I may be wrong, but it's just a thought. There seems to be something special, something really peculiar about the African context in that the concern is less of the community. The concern is more of individuality. And then the individual, of course, now surrounds himself or herself with their family, their friends, and their cronies. So
and
such
sycophants.
Yes. Oh, by the way, they know the sycophants.
Yes.
And they know that they are sycophants.
Yes.
But they need the sycophants, to boost their ego.
Yes.
And to use them as vehicles for whatever else they want to achieve. And so the individual leader now surrounds himself with those people. And those are the only people who get to benefit from the interests of the fellow. Rather than, so think about it. Again, I think about this a lot. Let's say someone is a governor of a county in Kenya, and this person has embezzled a lot of money.
Oh, they do.
I don't know, I'm just saying.
No, there's no hypothetical. We are talking about reality.
So let's say this person has embezzled a lot of money.
Yes.
Let's put the figure at 10 billion Kenyan shillings.
Yes.
Right? That this is what this person has embezzled. Let's now think that this person now thought that, there's a gap in the market in Kenya. Maybe a lot of Kenyans need phone gadgets, for example. So let me create an enterprise that can produce phone gadgets. Let me bring experts from anywhere in the world to train Kenyans on how to assemble. Let me say this will happen for 3 years for the training, and after the 3-year training, people can be on their own and they can be assembling phones, create phones, and so the entire value chain, from production to the markets and to other things around it. And so this 10 billion Kenyan shillings, let me invest it in Kenya. Can we just imagine how many people would find jobs? How many people will be able to feed their families? How many people will be able to live a better life? But we don't find that happen. What we find is that, yes, when this money is embezzled, at times it ends up in different parts of the world.
Yes.
In some banks, somewhere, some parts of the world. Of course, it ends up within their interest group, their friends and their cronies. It ends up in the account and in some body parts of their girlfriends, if you know what I mean. Every now and then people are slicing and cutting and adding, and that's where the money ends up. And what happens is it continues to underdevelop the country rather than having it develop the country.
Because the initial capital was money stolen from the country.
Yes.
Because that's how to look at it.
Yes. Because the initial capital, yes, is stolen, but it is used in the country to build further wealth for other people.
Yes.
But that does not happen. And this is why it cannot happen. Many politicians don't have the capacity to run a business. They cannot. And even if they engage some people to do it, they'll still be the ones to destroy the business. Because it takes a particular kind of demeanor. It takes a particular kind of personality to run and sustain
amount of discipline.
Yes. To run and sustain business. I was discussing with a politician friend some time ago, and I was wondering how, when I do business and I make some money, instead of going out and showing everybody that
you've made the money,
that I've made the money, I create something again to put the money back into the business and to generate. And he said, "Why do you like suffering?" I said, "I'm not suffering. I drive the car. I drive.
The one you've chosen to drive.
Yeah, I drive, and it's one of the if you see my car, you won't say I'm suffering. And anyway, the part of town that I live, the part of town that I live, you won't say I'm suffering. But I don't need to have 20 of that.
True.
Right, and then go on a convoy and disturb everybody all around for anybody to know that I've arrived. I mean, the one I told him, remember when I bought the car, you came, you admire it. Yeah. You were really excited that I got it. So is that something a poor person drives? I said, you see, there's poverty of the mind.
Of the mind.
Now it's my friends, I can talk to him. I say, you see, your problem, I won't say this outside, but this is one-on-one. Your problem is that you're a poor man.
Mentally.
You're a poor man mentally. Yeah, that's your problem.
Anyway, Dr. Abiola, unfortunately, we have to summarize this. We have to end this conversation. I know it sounds very, very short, but what will be your parting shot as far as African leadership is concerned? And what is your advice to African leaders to lead us properly and to ensure that even as we sit in these summits, as we write policies, they are policies that benefit our citizens and not ourselves?
I think African leaders should just think about their legacy and not the legacy you whitewash with propaganda and the media, the actual true legacies. On our continent, there are names we continue to mention of people who we know sacrificed. We continue to mention Nelson Mandela. It's because of who he was, not because of the wealth he amassed for himself, not because, and then if you cause trouble as well, we'll mention your name as the troublemaker, even if you try, to use different sources to whitewash your name. Think about your legacy. Think about what people actually know and what people actually would continue to say, not what your sycophants are saying about your tenure when you were a leader.
Yes.
And let that continue to guide the decisions you make. When you're alone and you are facing the mirror, the decisions you make, can you be honest with yourself that you've really done what you're supposed to do? Not necessarily when you are with people. You lie, we know. But lying to people is not the problem. It is when you are lying to yourself. That's when it's a problem. And you may have the money, you may have the power, but you may be worthless. You may be less than the average human being out there, because the content of your personality is actually your character, not what you own, not what you have. And if you are lying to yourself consistently, you are absolutely a nobody. Now to Africans, let us all remember that every one of us, black, white, short, dark, tall, male, female, we're all human beings first. And it is important for you to continue to develop yourself to the very best that you can, based on the resources available to you, and make sure that nothing and no one limits you. Make sure nobody makes you feel inferior, because nobody can make you feel inferior without your consent. You are African, that your skin is black doesn't mean your mind is black. There's a lot of value that you can bring to the world, not just to your community. And let nobody make you feel inferior or make you feel less of a human being. It's your boy, Dr. Abiola Salami. And in all you do, keep rocking your world like a champion.
Well, there's nothing more we can add to that. Thank you very much, and enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. President William Ruto has sent his condolences to former Meru Governor Kiraitu Murungi and his family following the death of his daughter, Anita Kendi Murungi. In his message of comfort, the president described the loss of a child as a painful and devastating tragedy that leaves an immeasurable void in any family. Ruto also prayed for strength and comfort for the bereaved family during this difficult period, as leaders from across the political divide continue to mourn with the former governor. Gynecologist and the president of Kenya Gynecological Society, Dr. Kireki Omanwa, has explained that surrogacy is a medical solution for women unable to carry pregnancies due to infertility or serious health complications. Speaking today during a Radio Generation interview, Kireki said that surrogacy is not a new concept, arguing that infertility has historically affected families and should be treated as a medical condition.
Surrogacy in its simplest form is basically where a lady is not able to carry a baby, and so this lady designates somebody else to carry this baby for her or for them, for this couple who are not able to get a baby, to carry a baby for whatever reason. And most of the time, the reasons are medical. Not even most of the time, 100% of the time, the reasons are medical. So you will find some of these ladies, for example, have issues with infertility, basically. And infertility, as you know, is a big problem on our continent, even generally in the world. The incidence of infertility is about 10% in the developed world. But when it comes to our countries, it's a lot higher, which is paradoxical because we have the highest birth rates and then we have the highest infertility rates. Our infertility rates range anywhere between 10, even some countries to even up to 30% of the adult population, which is very high.
Prime Cabinet Secretary and CS for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs Musalia Mudavadi has arrived in Baku, Azerbaijan, ahead of the World Urban Forum 13, set to run from May 17th to May 22nd. Mudavadi is leading an advanced Kenyan delegation to the Global Forum, which will bring together world leaders, policymakers and stakeholders in the housing sector. With this year's forum themed Housing the World, Safe and Resilient Cities and Communities, with the discussions expected to focus on solutions to the growing global housing crisis. Leaders attending the summit will also explore ways of using housing as a key driver for inclusive, resilient and sustainable urban development. Traders in Githurai have raised concerns over operating inside the newly constructed Githurai market, saying the 5-story building design is unsuitable for business. The traders claim the multi-story structure discourages customers, hurting their income, with some traders vowing not to occupy the stalls unless all traders are accommodated in the building.
Lakini hatuwezi toshea kwa ile kitu. Ni kidogo. Tena ile venye wamejenga wameinua juu. So mtu kama mimi mwanabiashara nimezoea free area. Naona basi kuna movement. Sasa nikienda kule niko kule juu sitafaidika. Si ndio? Tunauza mananasi, mwingine yako chini anauza pineapple. Nani atapanda huko juu kwenda kununua?
Pale stage kulikuwa na hiyo flow ya watu. Unaona watu ni wengi, so biashara lazima itarani vizuri. Huku ndani mtu akishikishwa pale na gari haizi ingia huku ndani ati kuna kitu anakuja kutafuta, cause hakuna wasi wengi wanakuja huku ndani. So unaona mtu anashukiwa pale anaenda shughuli zake.
Let's talk about governor public participation. Anytime mnataka kufanya kitu, please come kwa wale wako hapo, wacha waambie need yao haswa ni gani. Hakukuwa na need basi ya kujenga hizo kwa 7th ama 10th floor, ikose watu na watu na ngangana huko chini.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Oh yes, you're listening to Radio Generation, and the show, of course, is The People's Breakfast. And you're with me, Sami Moraya. Today, Mbuvi is not around, unfortunately, here for some unfortunate issues or reasons. But the conversations are going on, the conversations are alive. And the ever-present CT Muga is still in the house. For those of you listening to us on terrestrial, it's 88.8 in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, 89.5 in Garissa. For those of you watching, or rather watching us on our socials, it is Radio Gen KE on most of our socials, apart from Facebook, where you get us on Radio Generation Kenya. Now, we've been joined by two gentlemen in studio, our last set of interviewees for the day, and I'm learning the ropes as we go. I'm used to literally having one set of guests, but today I'm on my third set. FM boss Waruku, who's a policy and strategy advisor, Elimu Bora Working Group.
You know what FM stands for?
Yeah?
You know what FM stands for?
Frequency modulation.
No.
Wow. Whoa. Is in the radio station.
FM station.
That's okay. Thank you.
Field Marshal.
Thank you, sir. How are you, brother?
We are very well, thank you.
I'm happy to be here. This is like home. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, Field Marshal Boaz Waruku, and today I'm feeling very inferior because I've gotten to learn that one C.T. Muga apparently went to university, and because the gentleman who I'm about to introduce next was his college mate, Warrior Choka, from the Institute of Social Accountability, which is called TISA. And the two gentlemen are here to literally discuss fostering inclusive dialogue in Kenya. Karibu sana bwana Awori.
Asante sana.
And I know I had one of my colleagues ask you, who was the naughtier student? Was it you or Mwalimu C.T. Muga?
You know, we're talking about university, not primary school.
But still,
it's already been confirmed.
But bad habits are bad habits. Either ikuwe ni kwa primary ama ni kwa secondary ama ni university.
This gentleman, Choka, was one of the most composed people I ever came.
Even now, he looks very composed.
Very quiet. No, yes, I'm actually telling you the truth. Very quiet, very organized. Alikuwa na kierere hata nusu. No. A perfect gentleman.
Now I'm waiting for your own description of you. But there was C.T. Muga.
No, I was me. But he's here, he can tell you.
Anyway, what I talk about to him, how was this guy as a student?
Oh no, a great intellectual.
And that is how it is summarized.
That concludes everything. But if you look at them, you'd be able to see these guys have some knowledge, and they're also humble in a way in which they appreciate that knowledge. And they are willing to share that with everybody else.
Okay.
I'm privileged to have worked very closely with my brother here, Warrior Choka, over so many issues and touching on this country. Particularly, there's a period when I think the conversation was about who is actually thinking for this country, Kenya. And we just realized that actually everybody is just doing their own business. Whoever is looking at what to raid and steal, accumulate what, and then we said, no, there must be a thinking group. He's among those who initiated the thinking team, the one that we are now calling the Kenya National Interface Team. Before that, I think a number of things had happened. So I got to learn from the good trees at the base of very good trees. And having also interacted with City, I don't know, when you were at KU, no, it was the University of Nairobi, but
it was
college.
Kenyatta University College.
Kenyatta University College.
Yes.
Who was the principal? Because it appeared that you guys went through
Our principal was called Koinange.
Yeah. A number of the fellas have interacted from that generation, just like them.
Very quiet, very composed. And you see, interestingly,
yes.
And I wanted to even ask you whether you were listening to our show earlier. And CT, I don't know whether you've seen some sort of very nice rejoinder from our last interview to this one, where he was talking about politicians basically always looking out for themselves. And we had Dr. Abiola here earlier, and we were discussing the African Summit and what happened there.
Yes.
And he basically said, even when we have these summits, most of our leaders don't look at the interests of the citizens. What they really look out for are their own interests. And and that's why for me, as you were talking about it, I told myself, wait a minute. I think it's like you are either listening or you already knew this is how I'm going to get into the show.
I normally listen every morning. Today I was elsewhere and I was also on the way coming.
Okay.
So I did not get that chance. I know because this is also within the YouTube, I'd be able to revisit that. But purely, I think it's because even our coming here was basically to see how to advance this conversation, touching on the Kenya's national interest, because it is a conversation that it was started many years ago, but doesn't seem to be gotten right. And even when we were having this French Africa Summit,
moving Africa forward,
transforming the continent, and
Africa Forward Summit.
and actually, you see the Macron. I like the kind of names Kenyans gave him. I hope he'll be able to do even a deed poll and incorporate them. He has many names from this country, but he operated more like the overhead for even our own leaders in this country. That the incident where Kenyans were expressing themselves in a way that he doesn't, or rather he didn't like, and then he comes out to tell them, well, if you can't keep quiet, out, the prefect kind of thing.
Headmaster.
Who is that? Yeah, the head boy mentality. I think that points to the issues why we must address our issues as Kenyans.
We must address our
issues. He came here with the French interest. What is our interest as a country?
Again, Muga, unaona ile swali pia uliuliza.
Yes.
And you asked the good doctor earlier the same question.
It is. You see, at the end of the day, look at it this way. Take a simple unit like that of the family. When someone seeks to get married, what then manifests as a benefit for many people starts with what benefits you.
Personally.
You choose this person because there's something you like about this person.
Yes.
Though in marriage, usually it's the other way around. The chick has already chosen you. You think you're the one who's chosen her, but it's actually not you. You've been led along and
to believe.
And then you fit in nicely. Okay. The chasing, you think you're chasing. No, you're following.
You're following.
You're just a follower.
Yeah, but that's a different story. When you look at the role of interest in a political setup, what you look forward to is the trickle-down effect. This person may be seeking to benefit themselves, but a smart politician will make sure that the trickle-down effect keeps the public happy that the interest is being taken care of.
Sure. Even if they are the ones who are benefiting.
Yes, so that you don't focus too much on what this person is benefiting. You focus on what it is. You say, this is a good leader. Because it's not a sacrificial job. It's not voluntary. That's why they are paid salaries. So start with the salary. It has a good salary. It has a good health package. It has a good pension. That job of being a member of parliament. Okay?
Sasa Bwana Achoka, I think you have been very quiet, and it's about time I also ask you a question. We are talking about national interests, individuals' interests, citizen interests. How do we balance?
Yeah, the national interest is the citizen's interest, because a nation is made up of the people. Without the people, there's no nation. You can have a state. You have a state, you have a country, and then a nation. A nation is made of nationals. And those are the people. So when you say national interest, you're talking about the interest of the people. And that's why our constitution, the Article 1, the most powerful and the most important article in our constitution is Article 1, gives all power, all sovereign power, to the people of Kenya. It doesn't give that sovereign power to some
politician.
No. To the people of Kenya, because those are the sovereign citizens. They are the owners of the state. Essentially, that's what that article says. That Kenyans are the owners of the state. Kenyans are the owners of the nation. Then Kenyans decide how to use that power, and they decide that some power we shall give to somebody who will sit in State House in the name of the executive. Some power will give to Parliament, some power will give to the judiciary, and so on and so forth. But the actual power is in the hands of the people. So when we say national interest, it is not, if an interest is not in the people's, is not serving the people's interest, it's not a national interest. It is something else. It's either individual interest or an interest or an agenda of the political party or whatever, but it's not in the people's interests. So the question is, who defines the national interest? And why should we even talk about it? Why should we, at this point in time, are we Kenya, are we 60 years or after?
We are actually 63 years.
63, yeah, since independence.
Since independence, that is, yeah.
We are discussing, we are trying to ask ourselves what our national interest is 60 years after independence. This is something a nation should begin with. Yeah, clearly define because national interest is your highest priority.
Yes.
You say as a nation, this is what we want to achieve. This is what we want to be. This is where we want to, and this is where we want to go. That then you define who you are. That's your national interest. But if as a nation you never even began there, you haven't even done that, then you ask yourself, are you a nation at all? Now, in our case, specifically coming to Kenya, is we have an article in the Constitution.
Yes.
Article 2031A. That article says, before you do anything else, when we are allocating our resources, the budget and all that, before you do anything else, first, take care of the national interest.
Yes.
That is 1A. Once you've taken care of the national interest, then do these other things. You can pay your debt, you can do this, you can do this, you can do that. What has happened? That in the Constitution itself, somehow, for some reason, a reason which we shall discuss.
Yes.
Yeah.
Today.
Strange reason.
Yes.
That national interest is not defined. So you have an article there that says national interest, but you don't. There's nothing that says this is
the national interest.
The national interest. Why? Why was it left like that? That's an issue we need to tackle. So what has happened? We decide, kabla hatujapeana pesa kwa elimu na afya, what do? Let's pay a debt. Tulipe deni. That debt we are paying is whose debt? See, whose debt are you paying?
See, it is the nation's debt.
Supposedly.
In quotes.
Supposedly. Supposedly.
Yeah, it's supposed to be number one. Priority
supposedly.
One, number two.
Supposedly supposed to be the nation's debt. True.
Yes.
But is it the nation's debt really? Were Kenyans involved in the acquiring of that debt?
No.
Were
they asked what their needs were?
Exactly. And is it meeting their needs?
No.
When you bring in, when you get the Eurobond, like the first Eurobond, 250 billion. Yeah, we went out there, 250 billion to borrow, supposedly to deal with our issues here.
Yes.
What happened? Hardly anything reached here.
Actually, most of that money never got to Kenya.
Up to now, we don't know where it went.
Yes.
The auditor
but we are paying the debt.
We are paying the debt.
Yes. Kulipa tunajua.
We are paying the debt.
Yes.
So, was that in our national interest?
No.
To acquire that debt?
No.
And one can list
so many others.
So, and if you get out there and ask Kenyans in the streets, what would be your priority national interest? Just instinctively, they'll tell you education, health, food,
security,
access to social services.
Yes.
Yeah, that list will be very easy. It's very easy to compile. You can do it in 10 minutes, literally, and say this is what Kenyans refer. But what are we doing? We are paying debts spent not for our benefit, not for the people's benefit. Not borrowed in our interest, and we were not involved in the borrowing, and we call that
national interest. In fact, what I find very interesting in what you've just stipulated and the conversation that you've just begun is the fact that you're leaning more towards things that we learned in primary school. And part of those things that we learned in primary school, do you remember when we were being taught about primary needs, secondary needs?
Bro, you are in the primary different times.
Mimi wakati nilikuwa shule. Lakini hata nyinyi niko sure ulisoma hiyo kitu at some point mahali tu kwa shule. Kulikuwa na needs. What are human needs?
The primary needs and so forth.
Secondary, and yo. So what are your needs? And you're saying that if we were to ask a common mwananchi, the so-called common mwananchi, what are your needs? Atakurudisha back to the same things.
Yes.
That is very interesting.
You know what is of interest? And my brother here, Awori, paints it simply. You know, this is the beauty of having been trained as a teacher. You are taught how to break down information in nice, small, consumable portions, so it settles in the mind properly. You see, there are things we do not know about because at independence, what was believed would happen was that since we were in charge, those who were in charge, who are then elected, would do good by us. And we lived like that until you started realizing this thing is not quite working the way we did. But in the 21st century, we have a lot more history, so we have a lot to reference from.
Yes.
Okay? And our understanding has grown greater because of the technology of the 21st century, which we call the information age. The earlier discussion fits into this discussion perfectly, as you said, and a question of interest. We look at our history, it's replete with examples of how the leaders were actually looking after their interests. At first, they were fairly basic. All they did was take huge swaths of land. It's basic. They hadn't understood how to commercialize political positions yet. By the time we're getting to the Moi era, we were beginning to understand, but we're still basically primitive. We were just acquiring a lot of land and so forth. By the time we got to the Kibaki era, people were much smarter. And at every phase, there was a problem. When I'm saying we're basic, in Kenyatta, we had a main scandal, Kenyatta 1, Jomo, where Paul Ngei was involved. In the Moi era, now we got sophisticated. We got Goldenberg. We were now, yes, we were now beginning to understand how it is that you can pilfer from the state with style, and not just this blunt instrument approach where we can actually see you grabbing it. Now, the interests, if you look at how now the psychology worked, was the sovereign didn't actually know they were the sovereign. We actually thought the people we elected were the sovereign.
And that's quite interesting. So the people that we were electing were the sovereign.
Yes.
We forgot, and I like the fact that he started with the chapter 1 of the Constitution, that the power rests with the people.
Yes.
Not with the leaders that we elect, but with us as the people. And which now brings us to the topic of our day, which is fostering inclusive dialogue in Kenya. And one of the key things is exactly the conversation that we are having at this particular moment, which is basically being able to gauge what are our national interests. What are some of the things that are going to benefit us as a people, as a nation, as a country, and how can we best then, and from your own policy backgrounds, how can we best move forward, and how can we best ensure that our leaders literally are held accountable, and they are responsible for things that they say and promises that they make and they say they will do for the citizens.
Thank you, Sami. What we have started with, tell you first that each and every day Kenyans are involved in this conversation, because Kenyans are discussing how they can meet those basic needs. And Kenyans would rather have a framework where they are able to access and achieve that. Where you're taking us is taking us then to start reflecting on then what were the vision that Kenyans coined for themselves when they realized that, okay, we've been taken for a ride
for a very long time,
far too long. Because what City is pointing out, for instance, when the thinking about who we did not even realize we were the sovereign, it's because we started dealing with these issues of governance in the way that it is known today, the modern world, from the colonialists. And the colonialists, you know, in Britain, I mean, the sovereign is a monarch. That is the king, the queen, and all that. That's them. So they transferred that to us. probably that is why you'll find many of our people still think, mheshimiwa, leader, kiongozi, you know, that kind of thing. So we must dismantle that. So the conversation going on is a conversation that is anchored on the work of Uraia, I think the
Constitution.
The Constitution, because this one was just to ensure almost each and every homestead would get a copy to understand this. I hope the versions of Kiswahili and such would also be available to go, because there's a version, the Kiswahili versions. It is important for Kenyans to understand that post-2010, Kenya changed. And accountability demands that you, the sovereign, just delegate to whoever you are putting in charge of a responsibility. And if they fail to perform, unamtoa, or you correct them, or you are even supposed to be inducting them, telling them, no, we want you to do it this way. Because again, you'll not get the ready-made kind of leaders that will say they know what should be done and then be restricted to that. So that is one aspect that Kenyans must understand. And this conversation, as I'm saying, it did not also just start recently. It did not even start with this summit, which I've been struggling to wrap my head around it. It did not start there. It started many years back, because we have been struggling to ensure that in each and every moment that we have, are we protecting the well-being of the citizen as a nation, or as we are evolving to be a nation, because we are not yet there.
Yes.
As we are evolving, are we protecting also and defending the sovereignty of that nation? Because if we do not, that is when we'll have things being initiated on our behalf. I think I've been here before where we took the route of how even the education system changed. You realize that the change did not start from us. That if somebody comes and tells you, oh, you need some reform in education, and you need to do it this way. And because of those leaders who have taken themselves to be sovereign, they think that they can negotiate and sign deals on our behalf without understanding. They should be coming back to understand. Even if somebody tells you, oh, you should think this way, open it up. That's why Article 10 exists in this Constitution. Article 10 demands that for any policy matter, whether you are doing an interpretation or you are implementing, then you must consult the people, that the public participation. It is there. And these are not suggestions. The Constitution does not give you suggestions. It's directive principle of the law, the basic law. So when you get our leaders who first assume, actually I think that is grabbing the sovereign power and appropriate it as the way they like. You are told what to do and they don't listen to you when you tell them what should be done. That becomes a problem. You are just at the process of trying to list how we misappropriate or abuse our own sovereignty.
Exactly.
One of the things that we've seen, based on the Article 203, one that my brother mentioned, Mwalimu Achoka, is that our resources, when we collect them, as we put them together, we must ensure there's accountability in its use. How is that accountability to be enhanced? The Constitution even tells you what should be prioritized once, number one, then to the next one. The first one is that national interest. And you're saying that that definition is a conversation we are going through each and every day, but we need to firm it up and be very clear. And number two is then you say those debts which are legally procured,
Legally.
I hope you are aware that right now.
Aren't they all legal?
No, there are lots of obvious debts. Right now, you know, there's a case in court. Yes, there's a case in court on those debts. And that case is anchored heavily on this Constitution.
Yes.
Because this Constitution says any public officer who procures a liability or a debt, not through the right channel, you should ensure that that officer takes personal responsibility, full and personal responsibility. those things are here, and it's because the so-called grabbers of our sovereign power do not want the Kenyans to know. That's why we must bring this debate and tell them who procured this Cameron, it's Cameron, the fertilizer debt. Where did it go?
Yes.
Whoever procured it, we must look for you and see where you took those monies and build your own private assets. You are serving your own interest, what is called my own interest, the umoi, the moism that we inherited. Those people have been serving that. We must follow them and tell them we must demand this back.
No.
And if we cannot get it back, the resources that you've accumulated on that basis should be attached to it.
Now, Boaz, I have a question I want to ask you, and it's related very heavily to what you've just said.
Okay.
Now, we have this disease in this country where when I misappropriate funds, me as Moriah, I misappropriate funds individually.
Yeah.
The moment the bodies that are supposed to be following me start following me, then it becomes a whole tribal issue. That this is when I involve my kinsmen, and that this is where you start hearing wachaneni na mtu wetu. Why are you touching our person? You know. Yet when I originally started eating this money, or I misappropriated these funds, I did not involve my community. So how can we shy away from that? How can you educate Kenyans?
Let me split that into two.
Thank you.
I'll split it on the responsibility of the agencies to do the right thing. And then I'll come to this is our thief. Because I think we must split this. Yes, because I think, the gullible Kenyans would easily go and say, this is our thief. My friend, there's no, communities do not nurture thieves. The African nations, the nationalities we had, we were very clear. Killing was not accepted. Stealing was not accepted. Those things that we see, abuse of women and children and all that, those were not acceptable. Those were red lines drawn. So there's no way that you'll find a nation coming and saying, this is our thief. That never happened until we started reading the stories of Robin Hood. You heard about the Robin Hood stories, that there's a guy who steal and come and distribute, and now you become our thief. That is not the story that's not the African heritage where we come from. So we should completely forget about. But first, coming back to the power and responsibility of the agencies, that is where that's the weakest link we have, because all these are just petty politics going on. Our thief, our what? These are just petty. Because even if you started shouting and the thing is tightening very nicely around your neck, nobody would even come back, because whoever is coming back, you are an accomplice.
Yes.
And an accomplice can also be enjoined into that kind of criminal activity. So for as long as we do not have agencies that are doing their work effectively, they are not doing their work effectively because they have been strangled. As we speak, a number of the agencies that are supposed to be doing the work, those so-called grabbers of our sovereign power have ensured that they are populating those agencies with people who have a baggage first, or who completely have no idea of what they're supposed to do. They are incompetent. So they are either rewardees because they are campaigning for me and they are saying 1 term, 2 term, whichever term, or they are saying how when a hustler also a hustler. Now the rewards. Once they are rewarded, they are completely lost. They don't know what to do. 2, those that have also the baggage that if you attempt, then yours might also be opened up. When you strangled these constitutional commissions and independent offices that much, then nothing would happen. In fact, they are part and parcel of, they'll just try and see how is the investigation going, and then they'll misdirect that investigation. They'll even craft weak charges that eventually whoever is accused will be discharged and will come to demand for compensation, and your taxes would still be used to pay them. So these are the problems we are having. Article 249 in our constitution is a very clear article which we miss, and the citizens should always try and anchor and say we must activate it. Why? Because that is the one that requires all those independent commissions and constitutional commissions and independent officers to safeguard the sovereign authority of the people, to ensure that they are independent, that they are not influenced by anybody else, that they are doing their work without fearing or checking their back. Why? Because they have security of tenure. It's not like the previous years where I think we grew up during the Moi era when the 1 o'clock news was very important. Extremely. Because that was the news that could hire and fire. And that constitution we replaced, it was Article 23, which said, as a public officer, you are holding that office at the leisure and pleasure of the president. Now, those are the things which we cannot allow to come back here, particularly after Kenyans struggled so hard to have this in place. So our sovereign authority and how we actualize it, I think the document that gave rise to now a more structured conversation, a more structured way, where we even had the first what we are calling the national consultation or a conference to discuss.
No, the one that happened in March.
Yeah, the one that happened in March.
Yes.
We were saying, and the two key actors who also did this research, the lead research, Ambassador Okara and Mwalimu Aworia Choka, because they are the ones who say, I think that document we could be able to share, safeguarding our sovereignty, and was trying to unpack and tell Kenyans, helping them to understand that you need to distill this in a very succinct way. The overarching national interest which must be protected, and even if you are the chief state officer who is abusing it, the sovereign have got a responsibility to call you back to order or to remove you. And I think that should be there. So ensuring that overarching national interest of safeguarding our sovereignty and the well-being of the citizen, that becomes imperative, and it is protected selfishly by each and every Kenyan, not on the basis of ni mtu wetu ama mwizi wetu, whatever terminologies you want to use. I think that to me is very important, and maybe because he has this in his fingertips, my brother, he can chip in to help. As we were discussing, and based on the survey and the research that they did, there were 5 irreducible minimums. 5.
You know, every time we hear irreducible minimums, it's political.
This one is based on the constitution, so I think maybe we can
5. You want Mwalimu Wachoka?
Yes. I think he can clarify it better than I can.
Mwalimu Wachoka, we want to hear the 5 irreducible minimums as far as safeguarding our sovereignty as citizens of this country.
Yeah, actually, we call them non-negotiable.
Yes.
National interests. But before I get there, I'll come back to this, just to emphasize why this discussion is important. You see, those nations that sat down and spent time to define clearly their national interests, which are the highest priorities of the nation, and then focused on them, those nations are the ones we call advanced nations today.
Yes.
I'm taking the case of China. 1981, China was 88% of China was under extreme poverty.
Yes.
Yeah, living below the dollar. I remember
that's 45 years ago.
That's 45 years.
Yes.
The China now we
are emulating and literally looking.
Yes, the China that's building all our roads. Literally every other infrastructure, everything in Kenya is being done by some Chinese corporation.
Yes.
Those are state corporations. Was in a state of poverty. Kenya was above China in terms of development. If you look at the development index at that time, Kenya was ranked above China, the Human Development Index in 1981. I visited Beijing in 1989, and what I saw, shocked me, because China is a big country, and coming from Nairobi, I expected. But what I saw, everybody in Beijing, almost everyone, was on a bicycle.
Oh, interesting.
Everybody was riding a bicycle. You could not see any new car. You know, and if you saw some vehicles that, whatever, they're mostly Soviet models, old, beaten. But what did China do? They said, in 40 years from here, no Chinese shall live under poverty.
Yes.
That was number one priority. 2, no Chinese shall die of hunger. 3, no Chinese shall lack education. 4, no Chinese shall lack health. So they focused on the people. And they said, to uplift China, you have to uplift the welfare of the people first. Then the people can build China. That they defined those as their priorities. And they focused on it for 4 decades. Look at where China is today.
Actually, way, way far.
China, now America, Trump is in Beijing begging China for business and for whatever.
And you know, Mwalimu Wachoka, interestingly, and this is not a lighter factor, there is no country that is owed monies in this world like China. And that includes by the US itself.
Yes.
They owe China. In fact, I usually hear, I unfortunately am not like you who has that knowledge on the palm of my fingers like this on my hand. I hear if today China decided to ask the US to pay all their debts, the US will go bankrupt.
No, they want to go bankrupt because they do not hold.
They won't have any money.
They won't, they'll have a problem. If you are talking about the paper that China holds, it amounts to something like 658 billion US dollars.
Yes.
But the country that holds the most is actually Japan. Okay? So, and then followed by European countries, Germany and so forth. They will definitely take a serious hit. Now, the reality is the Chinese and this Communist Party and the systems that they follow, people say it is not democratic. It actually is. The democracy we speak of is what the West tells us a democracy should be.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
If you talk about representation, the model that the Chinese Communist Party uses, believe me, is representation at its very core. If you look at the village level and how it goes up.
And they invest in training the leaders. Not just Amy Song, sorry.
I like the way he name drops. Anyway, back to your point, because there's something you're also trying to educate us on in terms of how far China has come in 40 years.
Exactly.
And how, and I think something else I'm also picking, and I'm sorry to point this out, is also how far back we've gone as a nation, Kenya, because if we are talking about 40 years ago, we were ahead of China. And right now, and we were even far ahead of Singapore. Right now,
and Malaysia, just talk about it. Vietnam, Cambodia, all those countries.
And right now, we want to go to Singapore.
So, you visit China, 89.
Yes.
And I say, wait a minute, I expected Beijing to be in another world.
Yes.
But now, coming from Nairobi, I found myself to be more coming from a developed country compared to what I saw in Beijing. But what have they done? What they've done is they focused on their national interest. First, they defined it very clearly. And they made the people the base. And then they focused on investing in the people. No Chinese child will lack education, up to the highest level. No Chinese child will lack quality health care. No Chinese citizen will lack access to quality health care. And they made that a national, and invested heavily in that. So there's no poverty in China now. No Chinese lacks healthcare, quality healthcare. No, and China is an advanced country today.
And technology-wise, you are
technology-wise, exactly.
And everything.
Yes, they started with education, science, then science and technology. Because to be the basis for science and technology and industry, you have to have educated, population.
Yes.
What do we do here? We focus from 1963. As you mentioned, we focused on personal interests, personal political interests, not the national interests. Yeah. So the national interest is relegated. Everybody talks about it generally. Elimu, nini, whatever. Afia, whatever, generally. But when it comes to the doing, once they take power, back to sending money to Dubai, sending money to the Cayman Islands, sending money, so a third of Kenya's economy is banked outside.
True.
A third of Kenya's economy is not here. That's why our kids can't access education. That's why our kids cannot access university education. That's why 10th graders cannot go to school. That's why food security is a big issue. In China, they're corrupt. There's no fooling around, especially government officials. Ni kamba. There's no fooling around.
Yep.
Yeah. They are serious about focusing on the people. China do not allow, you see, the difference between China and Asia and the US, for example, is that here you can accumulate as much as you can. It doesn't matter how you got the money. Accumulate as much as you can and continue accumulating. And the more you accumulate, you become, almost...
the more popular
you become.
Relative accumulation.
Yes.
And the more you are sanitized.
And the more you are sanitized,
mwizi wetu.
China does not allow you to grow wealth, to accumulate wealth beyond a certain point. Certain point they tell you, sorry, now you are going against the interests of China. The interest of China is that everybody must have a share of the resources generated in China. Jack Ma, remember Jack Ma was going.
Yes. There's a time he disappeared for a while. Yeah.
What did he do? He was called and said...
He went for re-education.
No,
seriously.
You have done well, but to this extent, some of this wealth has to be redistributed to the rest of the population. Now,
to the 5 irreducible minimums, because I'm saying the time is not on our side.
Now, what are we saying? We are saying we had a conference to discuss this matter, this subject, and we came to the understanding that what we are calling non-negotiable national interests.
Yes.
One, of course, the sovereignty of the nation. We're saying survival, sovereignty, unity, and security of the people, the nation as a constitutional multi-party democracy, republic. Two, the sanctity of life, human rights, and the dignity of the citizens within or outside Kenya's territory. That is the sanctity of life, human rights, and the dignity of the Kenyan citizens wherever he or she is. Three, economic sovereignty and shared prosperity. That Kenya must be economically sovereign, but and shared prosperity for all Kenyans. 4, state-funded and state-led public education. 5, state-funded and state-led quality healthcare for all Kenyan citizens. 6, peace, security, and stability for both in Kenya and in the neighboring countries. 6th is fidelity to the constitution and constitutionalism. Those are the non-negotiable. Then we have what you call core strategic interests: economic and social advancement, protection and conservation of our environment and natural resources, food sovereignty, establishment of an independent, accountable national sovereign wealth fund. Ile Mbadi is talking about.
Yes.
The one Mbadi is talking about, the way it's designed,
it's totally different.
It's basically a slush fund for the executive.
Okay.
That is not a sovereign
That's
fund.
not a sovereign.
No, it is not.
Yeah, and we need to discuss that. It's something else. Protection of devolution, accountable and transparent delivery of services to the people, safeguarding, promoting nationhood, cultural heritage and history, safeguarding and guaranteeing electoral justice by ensuring that every vote counts, identifying and protection of all minerals, marine and natural resources, to ensure that no mineral leaves Kenya raw. I think the president picked this one. He picked from here, and I'm glad he picked it. That no mineral will leave Kenya unprocessed. The industry should be here, and then protection and promotion of efficiently managed strategic state-owned enterprises. Now, I'll just say something here. When we say state-owned enterprises, what we call parastatals here, the Chinese state-owned enterprises are the ones building all our roads, winning all our contracts. Actually, we are exporting our money to China. Why don't we have owned Kenyan corporations, state-owned corporations, doing that work.
Actually, that's a very good
We
question.
actually have the corporations.
Yeah.
The question you're asking is why they're not doing the work. For instance, there's this unit that we refer to as national housing.
Yes.
The vast majority of the estates that people know of and which are historical, they were built by national housing. So
Yes.
it's not as though we do not have.
It's not a new thing. It's not a new phenomenon that has come into place and that we are discovering now.
No, it is not.
Same way we had public works.
Yes.
That used to work very well.
Yes.
We had civil engineers that were very serious, employed by the government.
Yes.
All our roads were being checked and even constructed by government. We had
And repaired by government.
What we actually
Final is data sovereignty.
Yes.
Protection of Kenya's digital assets, personal data, and national information infrastructure, ensuring that all data generated in Kenya is stored and safeguarded within Kenya, not in foreign cloud, so-called data centers in the cloud, so that, like we've been discussing with Microsoft to store data. Microsoft is a contractor to the Pentagon, and all that.
Yes.
So you store your data, national data. When you store your data
With a foreign entity.
with a foreign entity, basically you have given out your entire.
How sovereign is your data?
That's it. So those are the issues that we are saying. We are putting out this agenda to the public so that the dialogue can begin. Let Kenyans start discussing and say that Article 2031, which talks of our national interest, this is what we mean. And the first item when funding our national priorities should go to these items. Kabla mambo ingine. Yeah.
And there's also the
and was
element
now, even as you speak, just know tuko na dakika tatu, so we are summarizing now.
Okay.
Yes.
Just adding on to that, the elimination of corruption.
Yes.
And entrenching ethical governance in this country in line with our Chapter 6. Because we said all these things, however well we organize them, and we have mediocre leadership, then we'll not be heading anywhere. I think that is the point I wanted just to add.
Thank you.
But you'll also realize that even as the budget process is going on, because currently that is what is going on.
Yes.
We have relapsed to the old model of doing things, where we keep on saying, oh, you see, we have already earmarked this funding for that, to Metenga here for that, that is not how we are supposed to be developing as we go ahead. We should have been looking at the challenges that we are having, aligned to these key national interests. So that we say priority one, then the national interest is given its due respect. Then before that, after that is when now you come to, okay, where are the legitimate debts that we owe that we should actually go and appropriate. And we are trying also to to send messages to the Treasury. I think they misguide everybody else in terms of even giving us figures on how much they are allocating to what. Whenever they are computing those, you realize that they first set aside the debt, the 1.1 trillion, 1.2. Then what remains is when they say now 20% of this, 20% of that. That's why you'll go to the Ministry of Education, they'll tell you they are having 28% of the vote of the previous, the budget going on 25, 26, that they are having 28%. They are talking of 28% of what has been reduced by the debt. And that is why we must anchor this conversation. Kenyans should understand and question them, because that is not the right way of budgeting in accordance with the framework provided in our constitution.
Well, that is a very good way to summarize. Mwalimu Wachoka, your summary as well of this particular issue, and of course, what it is that you feel is key that Kenyans need to learn about safeguarding their own sovereignty, because for me, I think that is key.
Yeah, it's really time. Kenyans everywhere, wherever you are, whether you're in a matatu or an SUV or wherever you are, the first question you should be asking: is this policy in our national interest? Is this action in our national interest? Is this program in our national interest? And you also, if you're a professional, because partly we are to blame, partly because all corruption is incurred through very professional lawyers, accountants are involved. You as a professional, is whatever you're doing in the national interest? Yeah. But first we have to define and be very clear about our national interest and defend it. tusingoje sijui mwanasiasa. Mama mboga, wherever you are, you need your child educated. You need to access quality healthcare. That is your right. You have to fight for it. Tusingoje nani ataenda tupiganie. Let us fight for this and safeguard our sovereignty.
Choka, wewe na Boaz, nyinyi katika hii club ya mageuzi, it's a very good club.
Mageuzi.
No, ni mageuzi. It's the freedom fighters. It is the modern way of fighting for freedoms that are assured in the constitution. How, it's just a thought. How, with all this knowledge, do we get this knowledge to act as a catalyst for people to understand that they need to hold their leaders to account? Just something to think about. See ati
wacha tu mwalimu Wachoka ajibu lakini kwa masekunde.
Seconds. Bwana City, thank you so much. That's the most valuable question throughout this whole interview. The media. You people are so valuable in terms of getting the people to know. See what the Gen Z is now. We have a Gen Z generation now that is willing to listen, learn, and actually act. That's the difference. That we have an educated young population.
Yes.
Very willing to get ideas. And radio generation is key. Could play a very key role.
Okay.
Putting this material in a simple way, in a straightforward manner. That
there's something we are calling Agenda 1450. 1450 means all the words that this conversation must reach there. And that in the process, because all the agencies you've seen, even convening that conference, we brought in so many people. And we want each and everyone, wherever they came from, those words, this conversation should be anchored there. And then they get to understand why it is important to safeguard their national interest.
We want to invite you again.
Thank you.
So that we go into these details of what you think the media should do.
Okay.
And this agenda is 1450. 1450.
1450. That's all the words.
Okay.
Are 1450.
We will want to have this discussion because it's important.
And I think that also now brings us to the end of what has been a very long morning for me, but one that I like the way CT is laughing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
But we have seen through the very many hours, but asanteni sana, Field Marshal Boaz Waruku and Mwalimu Awori Achoka for the insights that you've shared with us, and of course that need for us to understand our nationality and our national interest. I think it is a very, very key conversation. CT, your parting shot?
Have a lovely weekend.
Thank you very much.
And continue with this kind of conversation.
All this conversation
help Kenyans to rise up.
Exactly. And this conversation, of course, will continue. And like CT has said, we will have the two gentlemen again to come and explain to us this 1450 initiative and what they hope to achieve and what some of those key things around it are from us. It has been a brilliant morning. We leave you in the safe hands, of course, of the Retro Box team, and that is Rania Abdi, Karaoke Thige, and DJ E. From me, it has been real, it has been awesome. Enjoy your weekend.